Somebody's already causing trouble. Get everything situated here. And we'll get started. Good morning, folks. Man, 2 people already here. Good morning to you. Turn this thing around and I need to plug this in. We're gonna run out of juice quickly, I would imagine. Although I've never filmed without the phone connected, so who knows how long it's gonna last. But it doesn't sound like a good solution there. Okay. Where we left yesterday. We left with the desk in disarray. Let's put it that way. Good morning, Harvey. You won the prize for being the second one here. All right. This is what we have done so far. The 6 Psiloi of the Papal Army. These are the first 2. I've been told this is the Union one and the Confederate one. Just kind of worked out that way. If I get towards the end and go, I really don't like the little straw-looking hat that these guys have, because I don't think it's a helmet. It may be. I could always repaint it as a helmet, but look like a hat to me, honestly. So got those done, and this guy is halfway done? Maybe halfway done, something like that. That's what we're going to pick up, so. And then we'll have the other 3 Psiloi to do after that. These 4 are all Essex miniatures, so none of them are the same. They're all individual poses. They all have little conical helmets, so forth. All right. Let's see if we got plenty of magic juice left. And I really tightened that down like I didn't want it to escape or something. Oh, there we go. That's the side. I never remember which one it is. Okay. And we painted yesterday. Everything should still be plenty wet here. Let's get this out of the way. Didn't get a chance to paint more than once yesterday, but that was fine. We stayed plenty busy. We had an extremely productive day yesterday. So. Extremely productive? How about we'll leave it at productive? Did some car things yesterday on my 1-to-1 scale car. Thanks to YouTube, ideas I'd found off YouTube, so watched a couple of videos and they took care of a couple of problems that I had. So one of them was changing the well, I don't know the correct way to call this. The piece, the trim piece that goes in between the window and the door on a car, the weather stripping, I guess, on the bottom that was dry-rotted on my daughter's car. I replaced all 4 of those. Took the old one out, replaced it. Seems simple, but I didn't want it to. I had to take the door apart and watch a video on how to do that. Just took a while. It was extremely hot. And it wasn't that it was extremely hot, because I knew that going in. It was, you were sweating so much you couldn't even see. That was the biggest problem. So, and then what else did I do? Oh, my new car comes with daylight driving lights, which drive me bananas. I don't like lights on in a car when I don't want them on. I'm a bit of a control freak. I don't want the car driving me. I want to drive the car. So I'm looking for a color for his bow case. And so you'd think that'd be really easy. My last cars have all had them, but it was optional. You could just press a button or twist it a certain way. It didn't. This one was mandatory. And when I replaced the car had halogen lights, which I'm not going to drive another car with halogen lights if I can avoid it. So I replaced them with LEDs, and the problem with this daylight running lights with LEDs would just blind everyone. So the daylight running lights also doubled as the high beams. So when I put LED high beams, I couldn't run them. It was just too bright. I didn't have anybody complain, but you could just tell when the reflection on your vehicle, it was way too bright. So I had to do some surgery and go in and unplug something inside my car, but I had to move several things out of the way. And again, thanks to YouTube, somebody did a video and I tried it and I was able to do that. So sounds simple, but and it is once you know what you're doing, but you can't see half the things that you can't you can't get to half the things should be able to in a car. So anyhow, thanks to YouTube, I saw those two videos, and that's a good thing. If you need something to do, you find a video on it, and then you look at it and go, "Yeah, that's above my competency level to be able to do it." Or you can say, "I can do that myself." So now we've got high beams when we want them, low beams when we want them, and no lights when we want them. So perfect. I would do more stuff like oil changes and stuff if I had a lift, but I'm not getting underneath a car or jacking it up, or I don't want to get underneath a vehicle. That's how my favorite sculptor apparently passed away. So had a car roll on him or whatever. So, but it's good. It's good. It's empowering to be able to do things that you didn't think you were able to do. So it's good to be empowered, and it helps avoid taking the car to the dealership or a mechanic that's going to charge. I don't know what their hourly rate is. It's got to be over $100 an hour. So, and it's empowering, you know. So, this is an empowerment channel. Look, you too can paint miniatures. The thing when you're doing something that's really difficult isn't that it's difficult. The most important thing is that it's forgiving, because we're all going to make mistakes. I mean, I'm making mistakes when I do this stuff, but this is excruciatingly forgiving. I can fix anything that I do here. But when you go into something like, working on vehicles or something like that, you got to like tread carefully, because you don't want to pull a lot of things off a vehicle and they don't remember where you put them on, that kind of thing. So anyhow, that was a good day. So and then I got up so early yesterday. I think at 9 o'clock at night I was out. I couldn't take it anymore. Started watching an action movie with my daughter and I fell asleep in the middle of it. Anyhow, we had a good painting session yesterday. If you guys joined us, we covered all kinds of stuff: geography, populations of other countries, etc. So that was good. We don't have to sit here and talk about, okay, well, this brush stroke is going to be like this, and then we're going to put the other one in the opposite direction. It can be not related topics. I noticed you guys have, if you guys subscribe to any kind of wargaming, either Facebook pages or message boards or whatever, you'll notice that sometimes you'll get people on there that just want to be trolls and cause problems. And I mean, they don't really get any traction with me. I'll block people or whatever. I don't, if somebody wants to get nasty, I don't even interact with them. Not worth my time. But it's not just a wargaming thing, because if you look at some of the car groups, man, there are some nasty people on there. I mean, a lot worse than wargaming. I mean, obviously it depends on it's obviously the person. It's not necessarily the environment. You know, you can't just say, well, people that play competitive games are really nasty to each other. Well, you know, it just depends. Depends on the person. Those people are the same, no matter, those people are bad sports fans. They're bad, and that's how it is. When we used to go to, when Mitch and I used to do some competitive shooting, I say competitive because, yes, you can compete against the other people, but ultimately I just wanted to improve my own skills or lack thereof. You'd get 15 people, 20 people. Half of them were all right. Half of them were just dickheads. They just were. Nothing was ever good enough. They had to win every time. They'd throw fits, So maybe that's, and then maybe half of that half, a quarter, were people you want to hang out with. So it just depends on the person. I'm sure there's a percentage like that similar to everything. Whatever it is that you're into, whether it's cars. I think in a month we're probably going to go to a car show for the first time. Not that I have anything fancy or anything, but just kind of talk cars. And I'm already expecting, if there's 100 people there, half of them are freaking, But instead of, like, to give you an example, okay, I'm a member of this group, and people will post pictures of their vehicle because it's a vehicle themed group around a certain vehicle brand, and people who just bring each other down, and it's like there's no reason to bring each other down when you have a common interest. I mean, unless somebody's asking for it. But if somebody comes in, hey, I'm new to this group, here's a new picture of my whatever, and people, you get responses like, well, that's a piece of crap, you shouldn't have gotten that, or what. It's just, if you don't have anything nice to say, when people with a common interest, I'm not going to say don't say it, because I say not lots of nasty things. I sometimes say nasty things when people deserve it, but just not, and I'm sarcastic as hell, but not when you're in a group that you're trying to find some kind of camaraderie or whatever. But there's just people that are like that. So I fully expect half the people I'm going to meet are just, the people that you show up like there was a war game show, because I do more war games than anything else. You show up, hey, here's this new army that I painted. And somebody would say, well, that looks like crap, or you shouldn't have bought those figures, they're terrible, or when are you going to learn how to paint, or, my kid could, you don't do things like that, but these other car groups or whatever, they tolerate this kind of, what do you call it? They tolerate all the stuff that's being stirring the pot. That's the word I'm thinking. They just stir it, and it's just, man, what a pain in the ass. Stephen Curry, welcome. On the 4th of July, I went to Fort Stanwix. Hey, you guys have a fort up there. It's not named after not a strange name. You guys have some of those forts that are really, really oddly named, that are hard to pronounce. I think I got that one right, Stanwix. And the Ors, Okay, so I always thought it was Oriskany until I heard somebody say it's Oriskany, isn't it? Which, at first glance, that name sounds like something that would be like in Russia. It is the Battle of Oriskany. But I think I said that right. Oriskany. Whoa, we have a pronunciation day today. I also visited General von Steuben's tomb. He, was he a Prussian advisor for the colonials? I don't know my American history. I mean, I know enough American history, but that's not my focus. You know, I think that's who that guy is. Yes, I said it correct. So it's Oriskany. Okay. I always thought it was Oriskany, but I don't know. You know, if you've never heard something pronounced, they even named an after aircraft carrier after that, right? There was, is it a Midway class carrier, the Oriskany? Good morning, Dirk. Good evening to you, sir. So yeah, I think in all hobbies, there's probably half the people that just you don't want to be involved in, and then the other half are all right, and then half of that other half are probably people that I'd want to do more things with. So I don't mean like taking them out on a date. I just mean they're really you really hit it off well with. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see we'll continue our testing and see if that's the correct amount. I would say the DBA people I have encountered in real life, that is not an accurate percentage. I would say the amount of decent people in DBA that I've played like at a tournament is extremely high percentage of people that are decent to each other. And I said that we're going to have a bunch of buttholes show up at the show, but no, some things, when you're playing something competitive, I think a lot of people's you guys have all played this. You've played against people that it just seems like their life is just in shambles or shitty or they hate their life or whatever. And the only thing they got going for them is playing this game. And when they don't win this game, which is likely to happen because, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, they get pissed off. And it's like, it's a game, dude. It's not that important. Maybe you need to get the rest of your life together and like not focus so much on your win being in this stupid little play tabletop with these little toys. But and that goes for the other hobbies too. Like the guys that were they were competitive shooters. They might have just had a shitty life and they needed to be better than anybody else, and they weren't going to be. I don't know. I'm Hobbies are for fun. When they stop being fun, I'm not going to do them anymore. So if you recall, that carrier was a late war Essex class. Okay. Yeah. I know when I was in the Pacific War, I never knew what it was named that because I didn't know that as a battlefield because that stopped my period. You know, that's okay. I'm here to learn too. Wargaming is some of the best learning. Otherwise, you never there's things I've learned that I would have never known. You know. Okay, let's um, let's do a leather like color for this. And I appreciate you guys getting here early, keeping me entertained. Morning, all earthlings. Love it. Meanwhile, in 1889, I remember that game when it came out. Games Workshop. Is it Games? It is Games Workshop. Space 1889. I would love to do combat in that time period. Not with the Martian stuff. No offense, John. But but I think that's an interesting time period. As long as you don't play, the UK versus the natives. It's okay to have natives, but let's have, they can be fighting Germans or French or Russians, or you could do an 1889 that doesn't involve the British Empire. How is that possible? Just wait till the Queen finds out. That would be a cool time period for warships. There's some funky stuff that was happening in that time period. Those French ships with the tumble homes, and they look like floating hotels. Take me to concierge. Figure-atively. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and they made miniatures for it, but they didn't make it was. Yeah. Wouldn't that be like the original Avatar? I only saw. Did I see that whole movie once? Maybe. I didn't like it. I thought the special effects were great, but I think that's one of those movies. I have to watch it again, I guess. But I didn't really care for it. SPI's John Carter, Warlord of Mars was best. So this is like an ongoing thing that's been around for a while, huh? I didn't know that. I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of movies when they get preachy. It's just a movie. And I don't like movies that really make humans look bad. And yes, we're not perfect, and there are a lot of bad humans. There's no doubt about that. But I gotta believe that if we ever encounter aliens, okay, here's the people saying, we already encountered one last week. Okay, show me the proof, right? They're not gonna be better than us. I don't mean more advanced. I just mean, I don't like anti-human movies. And yeah, humans do a lot of bad things, but not every human does, and we do a lot of good things. And if there was another animal that was in charge on the human level, I don't think they would be doing a better job. You know, like let's take an animal that I think is inherently good most of the time. Dolphins. Dolphins are freaking awesome. I think they're. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a marine biologist or any of those things, but there there is some kind of a relationship between dolphins and the humans. I don't know what it is, but it's along the lines of dogs. People that really like dogs and think that dogs really connect with humans. I think dolphins have that same relationship. I think it's probably even better. But if dolphins were in charge instead of humans, you know, they'd be out, raping each other in public or something. They'd be doing something that would be, I think worse. So, as long as we improve, I guess. But I don't like preachy anti-human movies. I really don't like it. So, if you don't like being a human that bad, then, go off yourself or, and that's not to say that there's bad humans. There are, and there will continue to be. But dolphins and humans, you need to read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I can't read that. Now, I may, I may read a little bit and then get it on. I'm sure it's available on Audible, but it's science fiction. I'm not a fan of science fiction. Modernist perspective. I can do without it. I didn't know that's what that was called. I don't like it. I don't like preachy. I don't like preachy whatever it is, whether it's preachy politics, whatever. I just stay out of it. Just be entertaining, you know. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Is that the one that the is that the one that it all comes from the what's the answer to the universe? 24 or 42? It's one of those two. I know. And then I gotta watch Red Dwarf and all those Britishisms, and I like British comedy, but I don't know about that British science fiction. I do like British comedy. As long as I understand it. Meaning, sometimes it's too fast. But there's American thing. I watch everything in subtitles, so that's not an issue. But Faulty Towers, that's hilarious. All the Monty Python stuff, that's good. Several other things. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. There was a show on that. I think I probably caught a glimpse of it a long time ago. And of course, it didn't make any sense. Of course, Doctor Who didn't make any sense, but I was 11 years old. And I'm not a science fiction fan. Although I remember seeing that little bastard was the leader of those Daleks or whatever. The guy that's in what's his name? Davros or Kronos or something like that. That always scared me. I was like 10 years old. And this face, I don't do well with demonic-ish looking masks. That's the wrong place. Don't come to my house wearing a demonic-ish type face mask. It might be bad for your health. But yeah, that scared me as a kid. Whatever that guy's name is. I'm sure somebody's gonna say what his name is. It's something like that. I think his mouth didn't even move or anything. That was a Tom Baker one, or whatever. I think. But I'm not a science fiction person. I can count on one hand maybe how many science fiction things that I've actually enjoyed. There's some genres that just don't appeal to me. Westerns is another one. I don't really care for westerns. Tried watching a movie that everybody raves about. There's those movies out there that everybody seems to like, right? Obviously, there's people that don't like it, but I just don't encounter them. One of those movies that I'd never seen and everybody raved about was I forgot what the name of it is. Um, I was gonna say Keymaster. That's not it. Um, Holy crap. Well, I don't think about it all the time, so why would I remember what it is? Blade Runner. Everybody raved about Blade Runner. Everybody, oh man, it was great or whatever. So I start watching it with my daughter, who's never seen it before, a couple weeks ago. We look at each other 10 minutes in. I'm like, "You're not enjoying this, are you?" It's like, "No, can we watch something else?" I said, "Good." I waited too long to see it, I guess. It just, not my thing. Some things just, some movies just don't age well. And I think that is one of them. And it's not necessarily the plot, it's just the cinematography, the quality of the filming. I don't know, just the quality of filming of not everything is up to snuff. But that was nice that we both agreed to. We don't always agree on movies. We started watching um, a movie that Mitch recommended to me because he kind of knows what I'm interested in, and is that Tenet movie. And although it's well done, the plot made my head hurt. It started off like a great movie with that hostage thing. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, that's my kind of movie. People go in there and take people out, kill team kind of things. That's my kind of movie. But then when it got into that whole reverse time, no, no, I don't like that. I like that. I don't mind the time travel per se, as far as butterfly effect type things. Like you go back and you change one thing, and then you go forward, and it's extrapolated itself into ways you never. I mean, I like that kind of stuff to a degree, but that whole time moving backwards thing, no, I made my head hurt. I don't get. I'm not. I don't get paid enough to deal with that kind of anguish. But my daughter did like it and said she's going to finish watching it, but that that wasn't for me. That's not a plot that I cared for. Hitchhiker is philosophy set to sci-fi. Man thought he was clever because he created nuclear war. Dolphins only splash about having fun. Dolphins thought they were clever ones. Same reason. Okay. Nuclear war was a terrible idea. 2020. Who'd have known, you know? Hindsight's 2020. Butterfly effect. Yeah. Nuclear weapons is a terrible idea. That does not mean we should get rid of nuclear weapons. But we'd be a lot better off without them if none of us had them. But since that's not possible, you know. Okay, we got that done. We're gonna go pick some color shoes for him. Black seems okay. It seems to contrast all right with the legging color he has on. You said dolphins. I thought you were going to talk about what's the name of that show? The Boys. Man, that's some hilarious stuff. You know, maybe one day I'll be able to watch that with my daughter. I think she'd find it hilarious, but she's not old enough yet. That's that's a bit much. There's rated R things, and she's 16. But there's rated R things that she can watch, and there's rated R things that she can't watch for a while. And that's one of those that can't watch that for a while. It's just too over the top, you know. She's watched the John Wick movies, the first one and the second one, and there's nothing there she can't handle. It's all special effects, and yeah, it's violent, but it's that's what happens, and you can handle that. Not that I'm promoting violence, but I'm just saying, that's okay. But there's just some things. There's language, and then there's elaborate situations that you know are further than language. So I don't think she can handle the boys, although she would find it hilarious. She could handle it. I just don't want her to handle it. That's a funny show. Man, this show's funny. And I'm not into superhero stuff, but that's funny. If you haven't seen it, check it out. If you don't like it, I didn't recommend it. I need to lighten up his leggings a little bit more. Up early again. Yes, you are. No reason to sleep in. That's a waste of time, Marco. You know that. That is a waste of time. I went to sleep at. I was asleep by 9:30, so it's not like I'm up till like I'm not getting any sleep. Well, I'm probably not getting as much sleep as I should. Well, that's all of us, isn't it? But I'm not staying up till midnight. Although Friday night I did, and still got up at 5. I mean, that's why sleep caught up with me. I think I was just tired from doing everything that I got done yesterday. That's what I'm gonna attribute it to it. I'm sure I'll be sleep deprived again tomorrow night because tomorrow night's game night. Don't know what that is yet. It might just be Mitch and I. So if it is, we already got something planned. So we'll see. I won't pack anything tonight because I don't want to go through all that packing and then find out we got to do something different. I packed the wrong thing. It's a fine balance between waiting till the last minute and, but yet getting ahead. Okay. And I think I need to bring the bow up a little bit. We still have this big pile of this stuff down here. Yeah, down here at the bottom here. Uh-oh, you're gonna test my brain. Do fast pike get a negative combat factor and adverse terrain? They do. And they don't get rear support. Right. They both have to be in good going. Fast pike are awesome. And let me rephrase my awesome is they're really cool. They're not good in all situations, but they're a lot of fun. I like them. So I like them. I have several armies that have them. And at least one more army I'm going to build that definitely has them. I'll get around to those pre-feudal Scots there one of these days. So in good going, fast pikes still get rear support. Absolutely. Absolutely. Both pike, solid or fast, are -2 in bad going. In rough going, neither one is, but neither one can get rear support in it. And they're the same numbers. The only thing is one's fast, so on a tie against a solid unit, it's going to recoil instead of stay put. They're both impetuous if they win against foot. All foot except Psiloi. So if they beat another foot element, they're going to advance unless they're in bad going. So even in rough going where they don't get rear support, they're still going to advance forward. So yeah, the rules are simple, but they're not simple. It would be so much easier if they were organized in a fashion that a more modern fashion. Okay, we're gonna call this guy done. Let's put him on this little shelf so I don't move around so much and you guys can see what we're looking at here. Now I may end up changing the color of his tunic, meaning I may add some details to it, but I'm not there at the point where I'm ready to do that yet until they're all done. So these are the three we have done. This is half of the Psiloi in the army. And let's go do the. Oh, I never painted the silver on his, because we left with the Nolan oil on his hat. So let's do that. Let's clean up. Let's go to silver corner here. Certainly, we've got one that's still alive. Yep. What do we got? Oh, nothing. Yep. Ask away. You have my complete attention. I'd rather ask questions here than have them typed to me. It's not that I'm a bad typer, but I make a lot of mistakes. I'll get all the letters down, but I have to like proofread my own typing. Whereas if I was writing by hand, I really wouldn't make any mistakes. I'm of the generation, man, I'm not that old, and I grew up with the computers my whole life, but I never took a typing class. I can't look at the screen when I type. I have to look at the keys. I don't hunt for the keys, but I have to look at them. And yeah, we can call that guy done. So I'm not, even though I'm not a fast typer, I still found it the other day. I type faster than I write by hand, but I make no mistakes when I write by hand. Whereas I type, I'll get all the letters there, but they might be in the wrong. A couple of them might be in the wrong order, or, you know. Anywho, I'm a little too old for my own good. All right, let's put some of this crap away. We'll get on to the next guy. We will, as you guys say in the UK, we will crack on with the other one. One of those UK sayings I don't mind so much. Not knocking you people in the UK down. We have plenty of sayings that suck here. Can't think of any right now, but. Put that there. Quite here. All right, we cleared out some space here. Okay. All right, this guy is similar-ish. I'm going to give him a whitish type gown, long shirt, something like that. Drinking coffee and falling asleep. Story of my life. And yawning, not falling asleep. Not falling asleep yet. All right. This is one of these troublemaker colors, meaning it doesn't mix well. I don't know. There's got to be a mixing ball in there. I would think with this color. This one's always trouble. It's either super watery or super thick. All right, we're being a little too bold here. Let's humble this down. There we go. Not only is there a mixing ball in it, but there it is right there. That's how goopy this bastard is. I'm okay with the paint being thick because I'm going to thin it down as I apply it, but let's get our friend the needle. Well, that could be taken the wrong way. Who's your best friend? A needle. Ah, blowing a bubble. Yeah, it's me. Shooting up. I can't even find my own pulse. I would be a terrible candidate for that. I can't even find my own pulse. Oh. Do people still do drugs? It's the world I live in. I don't know jack shit about it. I always kid that my daughter knows more about drugs than I do. I don't know anything. I don't know a thing. I think I've only been around pot maybe 4 times in my life. Not me, but I was in a situation where people were doing that like 4 times. Just never appealed to me. If you like to do that, that's fine. Hopefully, you're finding a way of doing it and not having to deal with a drug dealer, because that alone would be a. I don't want to deal with people that are involved in other illegal activities. But yeah, I don't know jack about them. I know that if I did do drugs, I'd want to do the kind that you get superhuman strength or fight a bear with your bare hands. Do things you can't already do with your skill set. Not like, I wouldn't do a drug that makes you lazy and makes you want to eat more. Like I got that down, okay? I'm like I've perfected that thing. I don't need that. I need like superhuman strength or, um, be able to run down be able to want to I want to do the stuff that's like, man, I need to get home quicker. So you do some drugs and then you throw your car on your back and you run down the road with the car on your back and you get home quicker. That's the kind of stuff, I want to be productive. Oh, man. Where did we go here? one of the websites for DBA. It's called Fanaticus. And if you do a search for Fanaticus, you get a you get a website. The first thing that comes up, I guess there's some kind of mushroom that's called that. I don't know. I don't know shit about mushrooms. Um, but yeah, so it's like there's some mushroom called that. I'm like, not like, mushroom you put on your salad. I'm talking about a mushroom that, when you go hang out with Alice in Wonderland. You was up till 2 a.m. watching Painter on YouTube. Who? Me? Are you double dipping? Are you cheating on me, Dirk? Who is it? Maybe I'll want to watch him. Did you have some mushrooms and watch Bob Ross all night? Oh, this is too small a brush. Not for the first coat. For the first coat, we need to do that. Speaking of artists, last weekend, we went to a town that I had never been to in Florida, a small town, a small beach town, and little shops and everything. We walked. We stayed at a hotel that was great because we could walk to all the little shops and not have to go anywhere and not have to get in a vehicle. And one of the shops we went by, they closed really early. They closed like at 6 p.m., which it's completely bright daylight here at that time. One of the shops didn't open until later. And there was a guy sitting out on a stool in the front of his shop. He was a painter, whatever his name is, the art gallery. I forget what it is. It's not really relevant. But what he had in there was like, I don't know who would buy that. It was because the paintings, it was a style that I didn't like. It was just like almost like a kindergartner could have done that. And I'm like, okay, but I can go up to him and say, hey, listen, your stuff looks like my daughter used to do when she was 7 years old or 6 years old. I'm just like, okay, that's cool. I'm sure it appeals to somebody, but it was just very, very basic. Like I could do that, but I wouldn't dare doing that because I would just be embarrassed that that would be how I would paint. I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter, but um, yeah. I just think if you're going to buy artwork, it should be something that you can't do yourself, you know? And I'm not an artist. Like I could paint landscapes or anything like that. I mean, I've done my stupid little background things, but I don't think they look very good. And I use craft paint, but I guess they're not all that bad. But I wouldn't feel good selling them, or putting them out there. But I guess good for him for not being afraid of. Yeah, it was extremely basic things, extremely basic things. I went to an art show in another town maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago. And my daughter was 11 or 12 or something like that. And there was a street artist that was painting something, just on canvas. I forget what it was. And my daughter was young enough that she said something along the lines of, Daddy, he paints like you do. And I'm like, and then the guy was interested because I guess he probably never he didn't encounter many people that maybe also painted it. Whatever reason he said, "Oh, what do you paint?" So I pull up figures that paint things I had of my figures on my phone, and he's like, "Man, that's like really hard." And I'm like, "Dude, you're the one that's painting on a canvas with nothing there." So we were both impressed by, at least by what we were each doing, but he has a harder job. I'm just painting by numbers, But then I just realized that, it's just a trick. And I say that all the time. Doing this is just a trick. There's nothing to it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just selling the whole hobby short, but I just think this is super easy. When you're painting, a painting out of nowhere, nothing's three dimensional. Yeah, that's amazing. This is just paint by numbers thing. I'm just following there's a high point there. Okay, cool. You know, but if the guy was being honest, I was actually surprised that he thought that this had any kind of ability compared to what he was doing. I don't know. That's just me. How to duck out? Did I miss anything good? We were just talking about drugs and how I don't know shit about them. You can rewind. Can you rewind on a live feed? I think you can, and then catch up with me. I'll um, I'll go quiet for like 10 minutes, and then you can catch up, and then just fast forward. I work at a, not that I'm going to talk about work because I'm not going to, but I work at a place that supposedly drug tests, and I've been drug tested in, how long have I been there? 27. I haven't been drug tested at least for 20 years. It would have been a waste of time, okay, in retrospect. And I think they drug test other people, but you'd know if I was on drugs or drunk. I'd be happy there. Yeah, that'd be a waste of time. At least 20 years, maybe even longer than that. I don't know. Let me not give them any ideas. It just be wasting my time. It's stupid. I wouldn't do drugs that are free, and they're far from free. Well, that's not true. Every time I've been around them that I know of, let me quantify that. They were offered to me. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. And I'm fine if people want to do them. I believe in freedom, but not my thing. Never has been my thing, and I'm too old for that. It's worth it too much to me now to just say I've never done them. I'm 50 freaking years old, man. If I haven't, no, if I had some kind of terminal illness where I was in pain all the time, like, if I had something where I would have a migraine all the time, that was the only way to deal with it. Yeah, I'd probably give it a shot, because I can't deal with a migraine. But short of something like that, yeah, I don't see ever doing that. If you guys want to do it, that's cool. You know, just keep it away from my daughter, or you're gonna have a problem. Oh man. Nobody wants to talk about drugs. Perfect. You guys are in the right place. Man, this brush works well. I realized I was using face brush for this. I probably shouldn't, but whatever. I'll get over it. Yes, the do. I don't know what you're trying to get at, Marco. Yes, they do, a lot. I wonder how they would test for the wargaming drug. No kidding, man. Wargaming's awesome. And I wholly disagree with people that say, although wargaming wouldn't really call it one of those, people that are like, oh, if you play violent video games, you turn violent. I think it's the opposite. Well, for those of us that are theoretically well, I think it keeps us from killing people in real life, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm a pacifist all the time, but there's things that anger you from time to time. Well, if you get to virtually kill people, you don't have to do that in real life. You know, if you get to conquer the world on a tabletop, you don't turn into Hitler. You know, but then if you're not well, it's probably not a good idea to do that. I have watched shows or movies that I'm like, this is a dangerous movie because if the wrong person sees this, it gives them ideas. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I've seen movies where I've gotten ideas that if something ever happens, you know, if I ever find myself in a situation where I've got to go, somebody's taken my daughter or something like that, I know lots of ways to get words out of them to find out the truth, like, but short of that, I'm not going to go on some kind of a shooting spree or anything like that. But people that aren't well, man, don't give those people any ideas, you know? Don't give those people any ideas. I think we all just tested positive. That's right. That's right. What is it? I mean, what is it that we all like about wargaming? Because I like gaming, but if it wasn't a conflict, I wouldn't be interested in playing it. If it wasn't historical, I wouldn't be interested in playing it. I don't know. The challenge, the you damned autocorrect should have said painting. Let's read it back with painting. I was up till 2 a.m. watching painting on YouTube. Okay. Was that here? Good. I'll keep you out of trouble. I'll say this about this hobby. I think that I find this hobby very relaxing. I find this hobby very cheap. Yes, I did say cheap because you have to have self-control. There's so many other hobbies that I have done or would like to do that are so much more expensive than wargaming. If you're doing anything that's involved in the shooting sports, so much more expensive than gaming. Cars, so much more expensive than gaming. I actually found there's a car track. There's a track you can go to 25 miles from here where you could do like a road course and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, that might be fun to do since I gotta relatively sporty car this last time, a car that's fun to drive and might be fun to do that. So I look into how much it cost. Yeah, no. I'm not paying, you got to take like three different driver's courses. It's like, by the time you add those up, it's almost like 2 grand. And then it's up teen amount to drive on the course. And it's like, and I'm even using my own fuel in my car. It's like, nah, no thanks. That alone for one day would cost more than buying all the figures I have and all the conventions for 10 years. I'm telling you, wargaming is so freaking cheap. Now, if you're buying stuff every day, if you're not using what you've paid for, if you're not enjoying what you've paid for in wargaming, yeah. If you're going above that, yeah, it could be expensive, but not compared to those other two things. This is a cheap freaking hobby. And your significant other knows where you're at all times. I'll be here in my room all by myself, talking with other people that have a common interest, or I will be at the convention. It's not like you're out carousing somewhere. So, yeah, other hobbies are so much more expensive. This is a poor man's hobby. I mean, how much does each one of these figures cost? And then how much time am I spending on each figure painting them? Yeah, it's cheap as hell. Now, if you have no self-control, you know, then even buying a new computer game every week, which is excessive, it's still cheaper than some of this other stuff, man. The money these people spend on like aftermarket parts for vehicles is ridiculous, But that's a personality issue. Those people are that way no matter what it is that they do, you know. Just like I said, when you got some kind of a group that's about wargaming or boating or anything it is, you got people that that you don't want to be around. It's a personality thing. Like gambling, people that have gambling addictions. I'm the wrong personality type to be a gambler. I don't like taking risks in my game where I don't have nothing to win. That's just not my personality. So yeah, this is a cheap hobby as far as hobbies go. I mean, what hobby could be cheaper than this? I don't know. Geocaching. People that go geocaching, that's probably pretty cheap. If you don't know what that is, look it up. I don't want to explain it. I did that a couple times. A friend of mine likes to do that. We used to take the kids. I did that a couple times with my daughter, and I found out that if I do that, I end up getting into one of those situations I dislike the most. There's people that you have your pet peeves, and my biggest pet peeve isn't my biggest pet peeve. It's gonna be hard to quantify if that's my biggest pet peeve. But one of my biggest pet peeves is being questioned. I do not like being questioned by anyone, especially people that I don't feel have the right to question me. Because here's the reality: I'm not up to no good. So why are you questioning me? You know, it's like I kind of obey the speed limit because I don't want to be pulled over. Why don't I want to be pulled over? Well, I don't want to pay the ticket, and I also don't want to be questioned by somebody that if we pulled our records, I have a better record than them. So why are they questioning me and not the other way around? But anyways, I digress. I don't like people telling me, what are you doing here? Well, I'm doing this geocaching with my daughter. And then you have to explain to them, and, no, I don't, that happened like one time. And I'm like, okay, this is going to bring this situation to come about. The people think I'm looking for drug stashes, or hell, I guess I could find one accidentally. It's better not to do this. So now, if it was a weapon stash, it'd be a little bit more exciting, looking for weapon stashes, but not drug stashes. It's taken a long time building this up, but I'm enjoying this part anyway. So, yeah, I could go through this quicker, but this slow build up. I remember when I used to do micro armor, there was one, I think it was a Panzer III that I had that was in just gray. Micro armor, they're little. And I had done this whitewash on it, and I took a long time, kind of like this, going back and forth and fixing this, and I really liked it, how that one turned out, but it was not it was not time efficient the way I was doing it, for sure. So, all right, let's go ahead and let's just do his face now. Do him in the face. Hunting, people that go hunting. How much you spend on hunting? Man, there's freaking meat available in the grocery store. Yeah, it's not the same. That's right. The meat in the grocery store tastes better. I've been offered people to go, hey, you want to go hunting with me? No, not interested. Not interested in. And I'm not a animal rights person. I don't think you should abuse animals, but I see no reason in killing a beautiful creature for no reason. When it's not like I'm starving or something. I mean, I eat all my vegetables. Can we just eat them first? You know, but no interest in doing that. What did the animal do to me? Why'd I gotta go hunt them down? Now, if we were hunting criminals or child molesters, or there's a website you can go and you can tell where all the child molesters are at. I think when they relocate, you can go on there and see. And I know where the closest one to me is. Maybe if we hunt them down, that'd be okay. Assuming they weren't falsely accused. You got to be careful of that too, though. You don't want to, but people that hurt kids or something like that, yeah. But animals, now, if it charged my family, hurt somebody in my family, it's different. Yeah, mow them all down. But you know, I see no reason in hunting down a beautiful creature just because you can. Not that I'm against it. It's just not my thing. So I've been offered, I don't know, a dozen times probably. Nah, no thanks. Not my thing. Can we just shoot at cardboard? I'm on board for that. I see no reason in destroying things just for destroying sake. I do that on the, we can do that on the war game board. After yesterday, I checked out Diecast Race now. Isn't that guy amazing? It is absolutely amazing that that's not what he does for a living. Well, I don't know. He gets enough view. It's amazing. It truly is amazing. I'm in awe. Especially when, if you've ever made a video and edited your video, you know how much trouble he goes through. Now he's got it probably down to an art, but it's absolutely amazing the quality, the absolute quality that is. Imagine what kind of war game videos that guy could do. Yeah, he's really talented. And some of the stuff is, you know what? And just like I mentioned, the reason I film all our games because it's unbelievable some things that happen. It's unbelievable some things that happen in in the races. It's, if somebody told you about it, you wouldn't believe it. Like sometimes things go airborne or they hit something else, and it's amazing. Yeah, people think it's stupid till you watch it, and then it's like, why am I not doing this on this side? Why haven't I been doing this for years? You know, I think I found out about it looking for die-cast cars for Gaslands or something like that. I thought about doing a car for every car I've ever owned or leased, but some cars you just make a ton of, and some they don't make any. Although you could probably find something pretty close to every vehicle you've ever. You have to paint it up, obviously, in the colors or whatever. But yeah, 3D bot maker, and there's probably other people that do things as well. But that particular channel, that guy's amazing. Wonder how many subscribers he has. He's got to be pulling in some money. Good for him. He deserves it. I'm not one of those people. It's like, I just don't feel that guy's making all that money. I said, good for him, man. You need to be. That's the other thing that people get about hobbies. People just, some people just have a hard time being happy for other people. You know. I mean, I know one person that they've retired and they retired really early in life. Good for him. You know, not like, man, that guy's an asshole. Yeah. Come on, man, be happy for people. Now, if he's a butthole and doesn't deserve it, well, I guess, yeah, okay, yeah, but, you know, good for them. Yeah, it's a great channel. I'm so far behind on videos there, though. You know what's sad, though? What's sad is how uncreative some people are with the names of their drivers and their teams. They could be doing a lot better job than that. I'd be doing a lot better. I actually looked into sending a car to him because I could come up with some creative names, and they wouldn't have to be rude. They'd be more creative if they were rude, but you got to be able to air it on the channel. But then you got to pay for shipping. I got to go to the post office. Nah, I don't want to go to the post office. I don't want to go to the post office or anything. They'd have to get it back. You know. You know the sad thing is. The sad thing is, if he lived in Florida instead of California, I'd get together and paint his figures for him. And then he'd have better looking figures in the audience. Because you could tell that he just buys little HO scale or 1/64th scale guys that are pre painted for the people in the audience. Like, he could have like nice deluxe looking figures painted by me. I'd go, I've told Mitch, man, that guy lived in Florida. We'd go pay him a visit. I don't know if he'd take us up on it. It's like, who are these two weirdos that want to follow me around? Or he probably gets too many people that offer those things. But hey, he lives in California, so he's used to having weirdos around, right? All right, we need a refill on. We need a refill on coffee. We'll be right back. Yeah, I gotta go back and watch that guy's videos. I'm like a year behind. That Fiat, that Ferrari tournament's hilarious. That Ferrari tournament is hilarious. And he did earlier videos where he doesn't use the two different people. I don't know. Is it just one guy doing the voices? I could do that, but it's way too much effort. And I can tell you one thing, editing videos isn't very relaxing. This is. So I'm not particularly interested in making a video that's going to stress me out. Now, I don't have a camera. He's got multiple cameras. He's got at least four. And editing on a computer, and I've edited a couple of videos on a computer. It is a massive pain in the ass. So the problem I have is once you're done editing the video and you need to get it out off your computer or your phone or whatever, if it's on computer, I have to rely on my internet, which is, it'd take a week to upload it if it didn't jam. On my phone, at least I can find somewhere that has a 5G signal, like right here. What's my signal right now? It's 5G maximum bars. It doesn't get any better than this, you know. If they shoved the Eiffel Tower up my ass, I don't know if I'd have better reception, you know. So here I can at least send a video out, you know. But there's people out there making really, really good videos. So, not my crap. My content is good. My video editing skills and time I spend on it is not good. And I don't care, but I can't spend the time. I don't have the time to spend on that. Now, if I did this for a living, sure, but I don't want to spend so much time editing my video that I can't even paint. Persian camp's not finished. Awesome. Put some pictures up. Put it on one of the DBA sites, the Facebook sites. I have no idea who makes 28 millimeter stuff for Persians. Old Glory, Essex. I guess the Essex are technically 25s. I've seen some of the Essex 25s. I like their 15s better. There's just people doing 28s and that are really phenomenally cast, phenomenal castings. That are way and above better than what an Essex casting would be in that scale. I just don't have the I don't have the time to spend on each 28 millimeter figure. That'd be crazy. Maybe if I was doing some kind of skirmish game like Three Musketeers or something like that. Those are fun games. I've played several Three Musketeers games. That's a theme that always works. One of my first wargaming experiences was this guy that disappeared off the face of the earth. You know, some guy that is wargaming you as a kid, and somehow he just decides to disappear and not do wargaming anymore. Maybe he still does wargaming, but he used to be a local guy. He moved not that far away. He's still in Florida, I think. And we played this game. Of course, this is like when I'm 16 years old, 16, 17 years old, maybe 18. Played this pseudo role-playing game called On Guard. I want to say it was even by Frank Chadwick. I don't know. I could be wrong. It's a little, it's a smaller rule book than the DBA 2.2 rule book. And you basically are role playing this character, but you're management of a character sheet more than anything else. But when we got into duels and stuff like that, he'd had all the figures for who made them. They were in 25s. I want to say somebody like Redoubt or somebody like that, some figure manufacturer that. This is in the late 80s, so you know we do our little fights or whatever. That was a great game. That was a good time playing that game. Now I may play it now and go, "Oh, this is not involved enough for me now." I'm not sure, but at the time, I thought it was super cool. It's still available. I think there's some people that play it online, and you know, play by play by email or something like that. And the work involved in building the track. Yeah, building the track so that it doesn't derail everywhere. And that track's expensive, man. I looked into it. A track is expensive. I never had that stuff as a kid. I mean, I had die-cast cars. I had slot racing things. I had one time that was there was a Spider-Man theme. Somebody gave me, it was a Spider-Man. And I don't understand really what the maybe I don't understand the philosophy of slot cars, but you know, you have a trigger, you know, fast and slow. So what are you supposed to slow down for the curves? I don't know, because if you hold it down all the time, you just spin off the track, or you know, it just never worked well for me. You know, I don't know. Some things just didn't work. Some things you bought and it never worked right. You know, or you got as a gift and it never worked right. I remember it came with two cars. It was a Spider-Man set. It came with two cars. It was a Spider-Man car. Obviously, it didn't look like any car Spider-Man would have, but you know, this would have been what, really early 80s or really late 70s, something like that. It was a Spider-Man car that had Spider-Man on it. It was in Spider-Man colors. And then the van, it was some kind of sports car looking thing. And then then there was a van that I think was black and said villain on the back. You didn't even get to find out who the villain was. It was just villain. And I want to say the van was black. A van almost like the A-Team van or something like that. And it just said villain on it. That's all I remember. And it just never worked right. You know, some things you buy and they just never work right from the begin with. Um, yeah, slot car racing. Yeah, there's stuff that happened in those races that it's a good thing they're filming it. But you know, the thing is, as a creator, by the time he edits the video, he knows what's happened. So he can add emphasis and build up for a situation that is a foregone conclusion because he's already seen it happen. Whereas if you're shooting a live video or one that's not edited at all, like mine, it's not to say mine are better. I'm just saying that it's a different animal. The reactions you get from us are genuine because they happen as the action happens in real time. Now, you may see it a day after it happens because I have to edit it for cussing or content or that kind of stuff, depending on who shows up. But none of the stuff is, you know, predetermined. I don't know. Mine's more like a reality show, a real reality show, how they should be, not how they are. Because reality shows are all edited, or Reddit, or like wrestling. It's already predetermined how things are going to turn out, which kind of defeats the whole purpose as a watcher, in my opinion. But that doesn't poo-poo what he's doing. It's just a different kind of philosophy, you know. They're announcing the race, but they're not doing it live. So it's not like they ever miss something, or something like that. So, yeah, I need to go back and watch some of his stuff. The problem is that I can't watch that and not do anything other than watch it. I mean, I guess I could have it on right now instead of painting, but then it's just too easy to get distracted and get pulled off task and not getting any painting done. I get a lot more painting done doing this. And that's ultimately my goal, is to, I got so many armies I want to do that the only way I'm going to do it is to stay on track. And the only way to stay on track is, I don't know, maybe bring you guys along for the ride. And it makes it more difficult for me to, it's not like I'm going to start doing a video and quit after 15 minutes. It's usually 30 minutes. I at least make it 30 minutes and then quit. That one video where I was just falling asleep. I didn't have any interaction. It was at the wrong time, so. All right, let's take a look at this guy's face here in a second. I don't love Essex figures, but they have really good. Some of them have really good features on their face to paint. Their faces paint up really well. I don't love their figures because a lot of them are uninspiring. Doesn't mean necessarily that they're bad. Just again, it doesn't. It looks very washed out in this picture. Okay. I just painted the stuff that takes a long time first. That's the two things. Okay. Time to do his bow, le bow. I guess we could use that one. It's possible to paint 28mm unit in a week. For you, not for me. I don't think I could do it. Maybe if I was unemployed. I know the level of detail I'm painting on these 15s, and if I'm painting 28s, they have to have more detail, which means they're going to take longer. And I can't do it. I'm not going to paint a larger scale and then say dip them when I don't dip them in 15s. But that's just me. I mean, you don't have to take forever if you choose not to. But my philosophy is always I want to paint these as best as I can, so that I feel good about it when I'm done. That's ultimately who has to be happy is you yourself, the creator. And in my case, that's the hardest person to please sometimes. Sometimes. All right. Let's get back in here to do the bow. Then after the bow, we got leggings, hair to do, a helmet, the thing for the arrows, whatever the hell that's called, because I don't know how to use my words anymore. The quiver, and shoes, and then he's done. Sounds like a lot, but this is all the easy stuff. I probably spend too much time doing this guy's shirt, but that's all right. I enjoy doing that part. It's not a race. If it was a race, I would have already lost. I would have already lost. You find when you transfer from 20s to 15s, it's quite fast. Then you slow down over time. Sometimes it's good to mix it up. I'll take your word for it. I can't do 28s. I don't dare. I've done a couple of cars for Gaslands. I haven't done a Gaslands car in probably over a year. And they just take forever. They just take forever. I mean, sure, I could just slop things on there, but that defeats the purpose. That's one of the cheapest miniature games, period. You buy yourself a couple of cars, you don't even have to modify them. You just play with them as they are. I've painted a couple cars. I don't think I've played with the cars I've painted. I don't want them to get chipped up. We hadn't played in a while. Last game we played, we weren't able to finish. I think we're just being too ambitious with multiple vehicles. It works the best when everybody just has one vehicle. Then, four people playing, there's only four vehicles out there. You're eventually going to get around to it, but. Whew. It's a fun game, but it's got its issues as well. It's got its issues with the clarity of the rule book. There's just stuff everywhere, and it's written a lot easier to digest than DBA, but still it has some issues. That supposedly takes place on Mars. No, it takes place on Earth. It just has a Mars theme ish. It's part of the thing. So John's home turf there. Not a fan of the fluff for that game, but you could just as easily make it whatever the hell you want the fluff to be. All right, we're gonna give this guy brown hair. That's what we're gonna go with. I saw there was some computer game that came across the other day based on BattleTech. And supposedly has some pretty good reviews. And we'll have to, one day I'm bored, I might have to download that. One day I'm bored and we finally have a faster internet. I might download that. I don't have a whole week to download I exaggerate, but it is a whole day to download it, a game or a demo or something like that. Okay. Check on one thing here. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. All right. What we got left? Helmet. Let's go ahead and do the helmet so we can drop that Nuln Oil on that. Because it does take a tiny little bit of drying time. And of course, silver corners. Oh, it's over here. I guess I have two of them. This is probably dried out. How many of you guys tried the blind general thing yet? We enjoy it. There might even be some blind general coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we'll see. We'll see who shows up. It's not like all our games are going to turn into that, but it's cool. Some people are fixated on, well, I'm fixated on one aspect of it. I don't want somebody else rolling my pip dice. Because then you can't say I whooped your ass rolling. Well, except for the part where the pip dice was rolled by somebody else. So I don't think that's very inconvenient. If you botch it, the problem is we're playing with a lot of people that have drinking problems. So yeah, their accuracy on putting the dice cup down is a problem. Maybe the people watching it have a drinking problem and they don't think they're going to mess something up. But it forces some people to use only one dice roll when they roll. I don't like that. I don't like people using two dice when they're rolling. Not a fan of that. Because for starters, not that they're doing anything sinister, but you can't say, well, this dice isn't rolling bad. Well, was rolling bad. Well, which one? You're using two, and you don't even know which one comes out when you're rolling it. So, I've always been a fan of dice cups. The only reason I'm not a fan sometimes is because I don't like to put down the dice cup gently always, and I can bump the battlefield and figures move. That's the only reason. Other than that, I think the dice cups adds an extra level of suspense. So I enjoy it. I just don't do it because because of that. I stopped doing it for a while because of that. It does add that extra level of suspense, and it kind of paces you a little bit. Like you can figure out what your math is before you roll sometimes, or the games must be boring. Blind General, great. I think there's a way to play it solo too. Good evening, Studio WGS. Way of playing it solo too. Well, the way of playing it solo. How would you play it solo? Find a way to play it solo. I could do my own videos. I wouldn't have to do it on. Wouldn't have to do videos on a game. I wouldn't have to have game night on a day I had to work the next day. Let me think. So I roll pip dice. And then I can pre-plot what moves I want to do. Yeah, I could do it solo. Maybe we should do that one time. All right, here's the deal. Whenever the girls leave again to go out of town, I'll do a solo game. I got enough match pairs, and we'll do it that way. We'll do a blind general solo, and we'll talk our way through it, and probably do it live because that'll save me the editing time. See, when I do a live video, maybe by the time that happens, that we'll have a good internet system. We can do it in 1080 live. The thing about live is it keeps me from having to, when I'm done filming, I'm done. I can move on to the other things that my life consists of, not still edit this video. And then even after editing it, I have to upload it and my phone is tied down. So I'm a fan of doing live videos. It's not like I'm going to say something, uh, you know, off the wall that I can't deal with. So pretty much safe with just Mitch and myself as well. Start adding other characters and could run into other issues. So probably safe with Scott too and Joe. Yeah, it's Luke. It's the alcohol. So yeah, we'll do that. Next time the girls leave to go out of town or something like that, we've got some time. We'll still do the painting video in the morning, and then in the afternoon we'll roll into a battle. I've got what do I have? I've got Romans, Armenians. I've got Hungarians, my Germans. I've got enough different things that I can do. We can do some match pairs, or maybe some not match pairs, but armies that are fairly balanced, and we can do that. And we can do some more talking to ourselves. So use chips in a bag, 5 green, 1 red. First pip is free, then pull a chip. If green, you get a pip. If red, your pips are gone. Let me process that. That probably would work. That probably would work. I have poker chips, so I would use 5 white ones and a red one. So I have red and white poker chips. That's probably better than writing down all my orders. Like the first thing I'm going to do is try to move these guys. And the next thing I'm trying to move this other one. And then the third thing I have to try to move this other guy over here. And then roll and see how many I have and then do them in that order. Yeah, I think your chip works. I'm opposed to doing chips as opposed to dice rolls in a normal game. I think the dice roll is, I mean, people can do whatever they want in your home, but I like using the dice for everything. But I think in that situation, that works better. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I better write that down. I'm not going to remember that. Now, what do you do? What do you do if it's not bound one and you need to move your elephant? I guess you still pull a chip. You still say, I'm going to try to move the elephant. And if you pull the chip and it's red, you don't get to move them. Yeah, that works. Okay, I'm going to write this down. 5. We'll call them the same color as you are. I can extrapolate that later. 1 red. Okay, perfect. That's a good idea. We'll try that. We'll do that. We'll do a solo game next time the girls leave out of town. I don't know how long it's going to be. I think it's going to be within a month. So, yes. So Scott supposedly came up with this idea. He said it was inspired by Blucher. I've never played Blucher. I've never played any of his games. So he said it was inspired by that. But yeah, that should work pretty cool, pretty well. I don't mind pulling chits. That'd be all right. I don't like pulling cards. I don't like cards. I don't think you get a shuffle worth a damn with cards. And I hate shuffling cards. You know how some people play war games and they hate to paint? I hate shuffling cards. I've watched videos on how to shuffle better. It's not in my skill set. I'm a painter, not a card shuffler. Did I mention I don't like to shuffle cards? I really don't. It takes a long time. It's a fumbly type process, and you don't get a good mix. It's like all of the bad things in one. So I've watched some videos. That's just not me. I paint little men. I don't do that. Yeah, I've never played Blucher. The only one of his games that I would probably play would be the Rommel, but it's too. I've watched a video on it. It's too abstract for me. I can't. I got to play extremely anal retentive World War II things. If I'm gonna play World War II, it's gonna have like all kinds of freaking juicy details, and or I just assume not play World War II because I'm that kind of a tread head rivet counter. So. Malaysia, the land of Matchbox cars or or Hot Wheels. I don't know about now. I haven't bought any in a long time, but Malaysia, Thailand, used to be Taiwan. I don't know what the hell they make in Taiwan anymore, but it sure as hell isn't anything I can ever see anymore. So maybe it's things that are just kind of hidden, but I don't think those die-cast cars are made in China, other than the ones by, is it Maisto? Maisto are made in China. Let's see. I know I've done this before. I'm gonna do it again because it's fun. I feel like doing it. All right, I got some vehicles up here. Let's see where they're made of. This is an old Matchbox, which is kind of annoying when you're doing these vehicles. They have this little ridges here, I guess, so it rolls better instead of being flat. So I'm not going to grind that off. I just freaking deal with it. I painted this, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Made in England. Holy crap. This is back when they made things in England. Of course, it's 1973. That's the other thing I like about these vehicles. They tell you where they're made and when they're made, or at least when the original casting was made. Yeah, 1973. Good year. I think I spent that whole year taking a dump in a diaper. I was 2. Anyhow, this is for my project that'll probably never going to go off. It's my imaginations, my African, imaginary modern Africa thing. So this is my UN, which the entire theme is a whole tongue in cheek. So it's extremely politically incorrect, but that was the whole point in doing it. But this is the UN, which is white vehicles, and of course their their name is Moron, Multinational Organization of Regional Observers and Negotiators, Moron. So it's everybody gets picked on that. What else? So that's one win for England. Okay, this is a made in Malaysia, Hot Wheels. Made in Malaysia. Yeah. All right, this is just weathered on top of the original color. What do we got? This, by the way, is one of Luke's favorite saying is, I forget what movie it's from. Are you a Mexican or a Mexicant? Well, this is a Mexicant. So this actually had a little spot on there that had no writing on it. So this is my lowered team here for the, what I call them, East Coast essays. That's what they were. Never did put the weapons on these guys. All right, let's see what we got here. So one win for Malaysia, one for England. This is another Malaysia. The Hot Wheels. Does it say what year this is? 2015. What year was this other one? 2007. Okay. I believe we're calling this one a jalapeno popper. Yeah, Malaysia. See, these are flat on the bottom. They don't have a thing. So all we did is painted the windows on it and put some black lining on there and scuffed it up some. So I like the flame detail on it, so there was no reason to do that. I just haven't put weapons on them. It's not necessary. And then the first one, the one I actually did first. Oof. This thing. Called this one the Tantrum. It's a Mustang. And this is it's a tuned out model. As you can see, it's exaggerated. But all these chrome parts were extremely bright. We needed to dull them down. So this one is also in Malaysia, 2002. So Malaysia, land of Hot Wheels. Perfect. But all the lights and everything painted as well. All this was just one chrome thing, no lights. So all this is, these are a lot of fun to paint. Now these were just, I kept the original color and I just weathered them and painted parts on them that didn't need to be, that needed to be painted, but that weren't. The other ones that I've completely redone from scratch take a long time to do. And I've done 3 of them, I think. But yeah, we need to play some Gaslands. But we got to play some Gaslands just to be able to. But see, this was just in chrome color, and then obviously the tires were the color that they were. The graphics were on there, and the windows were clear. So I had to take them apart, which is the biggest pain in the ass to do, other than anything else. And to be honest with you, even while being careful, extremely dangerous, because you have to hold it and you have to drill the rivet down, and hopefully you don't slip and take your finger off. It's more dangerous than dealing with firearms. Let's put it that way. So I've done several of those. So, and I've got probably, I don't know, 40 other Matchbox cars, maybe 50. So, land of little cars you never knew. Yeah, keep them going, man. That's an awesome thing. That's an awesome thing. Should make more things in Malaysia. Nothing wrong with that. I don't want to pull all the other ones out and find out where they're all made, but I would say that a vast majority of them are in Malaysia. So that's good. I have this stuff that takes the paint off. It's called Citrus Strip, I believe. And it actually smells good. And that doesn't mean that I want to be in a whole room of it, but it doesn't smell like acetone. And it's a gel. You just put it on there, and after 20 minutes or something like that, you can come in and a toothbrush and take all the stuff off. And there's actually details hidden in the casting that sometimes aren't evident if you were just going to paint over it and not strip it. Because a lot of these models actually have a lot of detail on them. It's just when you put the factory finish, the factory lacquer or enamel finish on them really covers a lot of the stuff over. So, yeah. Land of little cars. That's right. Malaysia, land of Barbies. Really? Played rapid fire, rules of engagement, bolt action, operation squad, and command decision. Yeah, I like me some World War II gaming. I started with command decision. I could never play that again. There just aren't meaningful decisions you get to make from time to time, from turn to turn. Roll the die up to 5 times. 3 to 6, you get another pip. 1 to 2, you're done. Oh man, you're making my head hurt there, John. It's too early for math. All right, back to this. Yeah, we could do a whole Hot Wheels one. I should do that. I should go and get all the vehicles I've ever owned or leased. Did they make them all? They don't make a 200SX. They don't make a Nissan 200SX SER, which is basically just a Nissan Sentra coupe that has been, with a little wing on it. I don't think they make one of those. I've looked for it. They make an Xterra. What else have I had? 3 Camrys. They make those. They make the little Subaru I have now. That's easy to find. What else? If I do my wife's cars too, she's had a Kia. I bet they make that. A Mazda 5 is going to be hard to find. I bet they don't make a Mazda 5. That was a cool little car. What does she have after that? A Murano. I know they make a Murano. She's had Camrys as well, and the and her Subaru now. They make that. They make a Legacy. So yeah, I could probably do all those. Be neat. Be neat coming up with the names. Although if you play Gaslands, I don't know how much activity there is on the site. I don't know. I don't get many posts from them anymore. There used to be a lot of activity on that YouTube site. Not the YouTube site, the Facebook site for a while, and it just kind of died off. I don't know if I'm not getting reports from it or what have you. I thought we were going to make this guy with light brown hair. Well, he's got a little bit of blonde details on here. But all the time you'd get people that have a finished car. They'd finish the entire Gaslands car, and they said, I need a name for it. And when I was doing Gasland stuff, I would come up with a name before I'd even do the car. But in real life, I didn't know people actually named cars. Like, I've never named a vehicle that I've had in 1-to-1 scale. It never occurred to me to give it a name. but also it would never occur to me to build a Gaslands car and it not already have a name. So yeah, uh, you should. It'd be a great start to some Gasland. See, there's some Gasland people that do some great videos on there though. Um, we've played 6 or 7 games of Gaslands, and they're hilarious. There's some funny stuff that happens. Some really think funny, but I don't know. It's kind of zoomed out from the whole thing. Maybe we got to play a few games to get kind of in the. We don't want to play something and get all the rules wrong. But yeah, it would be fun. It would be fun, but legging color. Let's do. We're gonna live on the edge here. Let's use this. That's right. I went there. I went there. It's not going to look like this. Don't worry. Well, you're going to use this as a base. What color is this? Sunset red. Really? I guess. One of the colors of a sunset. Yeah, the best part about gas lines is naming your vehicle and then naming your driver. That's the best part right there. But that's really cheap. I mean, hell, those things are only about $1 each. All right, so yeah, if I was going to replicate my cars that I've had in real life, they're not any of the supercars. I don't know who has those people that I don't know, probably have no time off. No Lamborghinis or Porsches in my life. No thanks, I'm good. But they do make more mundane vehicles as well. You just have to search a little bit more for them because they're not the vehicles that sell. It was this brand as a kid. I want to say they're made in Japan. They still make them, but you just can't find them in stores anymore. In the late 70s, there used to be a brand of die-cast cars called Tomica. And what was unique about them is, other than they did not have oversized tires, they had more reasonable sized tires, is all their doors that would open. They would have opening doors. And and they came on a little card, and I still remember, I forget their line was called Pocket something or whatever, and it had like a little, looked like a jean jacket with a pocket as the background of the little card that the vehicle was in. And I remember that from when we lived in Alabama in the late 70s. That those are good little vehicles, but and they made more mundane vehicles. Like I had some Dodge, what was it? Monaco or something like that. No, we actually owned a Dodge Monaco, a Dodge something or another, and it was like pearl white. I remember because it had the flex, and it was a coupe, and the 2 little doors that opened. You know, the little toy, not the real vehicle. And yeah, they still make them. I think they're not made in Japan anymore, but they're hard to find. They You never name my one-to-one cars too. Yeah, it never occurred to me. I mean, maybe if you had a really weird vehicle, or if you had a vehicle that was souped up, or but just a standard vehicle. I mean, who names a Toyota Camry something? What do you name it? you have some kind of graphics, or I don't know. It just never occurred to me to name something something. I mean, if I was on a race team or something like that, but yeah, I wouldn't mind going to a track, but I don't know about doing crazy stuff. I remember my first car, I think the top speed of it was 132 miles an hour. Don't ask me kilometers because I don't know. You do the modification, multiply by 1.6. The top end of it is 132, but it was governed at 109. And one time, I'm like, well, I wonder what happens if you hit the governor thing. Yeah, I didn't do that again. I thought I broke the vehicle. It was a horrible sound. It was a horrible sound I don't want to replicate. So I didn't do anything crazy while I was doing 109. It was like at a, I don't know where I was. I was on the highway and there was no one there or something like that. I just wanted to see what would happen. That's probably the only crazy thing I've done in a car, which is, sorry, I'm not more exciting, but man, I thought I broke that car. The one I have now, supposedly the top end's 155 and it's not governed. We're not going to try that. We're good. We're good. Let's not try that out. Gas in Malaysia, what's that like? I'd imagine it's cheap. Malaysia has their own gas. I'm pretty sure they have petroleum. There's a lot of oil in that part of the world. I would imagine the gas is cheaper in Malaysia. Let's see. If I'm going to guess, it's probably going to be equivalent to here. I'd say it's relatively. I don't think it would be more expensive than the United States. That's my guess. See if I'm right. Now I'm just guessing. I went from yesterday doing populations of different places to now we're just guessing gas prices in other part of the world, in other parts of the world. Mm, Work in the morning. Good night. Good night, Dirk. Thanks for stopping by. I'll get some dinner. Watch you soon. See you, John James, as well. Gas in Malaysia is cheap. I thought so. Probably because there's not as much regulation and stuff on it than I don't know. I would think so. You guys have a lot of petroleum, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's lighten this up a tiny little bit. See, it's not going to be pink at all. It's going to be just kind of a. It was one color, and then he wore it a lot and didn't wash it properly. Didn't follow the washing instructions, and the tint came out of it. Yeah, the land of Matchbox cars. That's really cool, though, that most of them tell you what model the car is based on. Like, I think one of them was a, what was it, 68 Mustang or whatever it was. And then, what year it was produced and where it was produced. Look at that, it's kind of cool. All right, this is what we went with. And let's do this little whatever you call it thing, quiver. At the moment, I think it's less than $1. I think we'll need to check, but I bet your vehicles are really expensive. I bet your vehicles cost more than here. That's really, really cheap gas. And I suspect you live, see, Malaysia's split. I suspect you live on the continent side, not on the part that's on Borneo, right? Let's see. We know we're going to get some geography in today. Man, I love geography. Man, I bet it's hot as shit there too. Let's see. You guys are south of us, I bet. Let's see. Let me see if I can go across. No, yeah, a little bit. What was the name of that battle that was there? Was it Penang? The port of Penang, where in World War One, the Emden went in and sank at night, came in and torpedoed like a French ship and blew up a Russian cruiser and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, right there on the coast, on the east coast there. Oh, Kuala Lumpur is closer to the coast than I thought it was. I thought it was like smack dab in the middle of that peninsula. Mm, it's close to the straits. That's where the Petronas Towers. I don't know what they're called now. Used to be for a few years, was the tallest buildings in the world, which sounds like a great idea unless there's earthquakes. I'm sure you guys have earthquakes at areas volcanic. Volcanoes are cool, but you live on the peninsula. Okay. Yeah, volcanoes are cool. I don't want to live near one, man. Some creepy stuff could happen, but they're really neat. I remember when I was a little kid, I was fascinated by volcanoes. Of course, anything that's like a mountain where I live is just amazing because I'm totally a flatlander. Let's see what your beaches look like from the air. Man, I bet it's hot there. I bet it's really, really hot. I'm not going to guess what the population is. I'll just get it totally wrong. Oh, man. Okay. So we're going to do his little thing here. I love looking at maps, though. Where was it? I came across a picture of like a shipwreck, a ship that's just a big ship that's just sitting on its side somewhere, and it was off of Tulagai. It was off of Tulagai. That's maybe it's Tulagi. I don't know. In the Solomon Islands, just on the other side, right there next to Guadalcanal. And it's some research vessel that is just sitting on its side. It's kind of on the back side of Tulagai, and I saw some picture. I'm like, okay, where's that? Yeah. MS World Discover. It's just sitting on its side. It almost looks like something the size of the original Love Boat, which isn't really big. It's over in Roderick Bay, sitting on its side still. Just interesting one. And then what was it? Singapore had that the original Queen Elizabeth that was sitting on its side. I think it was the Queen Elizabeth for many, many, many years. Or maybe I'm thinking Hong Kong. One of those two had a cruise ship that was sitting on its side for like 30 years or something like that. Malaysia's not on the earthquake belt. Good, you're lucky. We just get aftershocks from the earthquakes in Indonesia. All right, that's much better. Benjamin Christensen, late joiner. Hey, welcome. I know we're almost 2.5 hours in. We did 4.5 yesterday, so hopefully we're in good luck. We can keep that going. Yeah, I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with earthquakes. I got too many things that I don't need to replace. You know how you'll see something when you're younger and you're scarred for life? One of the things I remember is we went to San Francisco in the mid to late 80s. Really, I'm going to call it the mid 80s. And I remember going over this bridge that 2 years later there was a big earthquake that it pancaked and people were trapped underneath it. And ever since then, I'm like, I don't like going inside parking garages because I don't want to get trapped like that. Yeah, that's scarring, man. I don't want to. I don't want to deal with earthquakes. And I know they're probably a rare event, but I don't want my figures falling on the ground and have to replace them. You know what I mean? So just for that reason alone, I'll take all the hurricanes you can throw at me. You can always get out. At least make that choice. And also live in a place where they really don't, fortunately, interrupt many things here. Now Malaysia is the Hot Wheels manufacturing capital. Hey, that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty awesome. So yeah, there's a whole community of Hot Wheels and stuff. Whatever it is that you're into, there's people that are just like pro level collectors of whatever it is. There's people that have these channels where they can order these Hot Wheels in bulk and they do unboxings of them. And I didn't know this, but every year there's a certain number of Hot Wheels that they make, and there's some that are geared towards Asia or whatever. In other words, there's sets or lots. I think it's called lots that go to Asia specifically, and you can wholesale buy them. And these guys will do unboxings of them, and maybe they're looking for a particular vehicle and a particular paint scheme that's only available for the. I'm telling you, there's people that collect everything, and they have videos of this stuff on YouTube. You literally could. I don't know why anybody pays for cable TV. You could just watch things on YouTube. I mean, there's so much stuff on there, and yeah, Hot Wheels are cheap unless you're buying them in a case, and you get a bunch of repeats and stuff like that. So talk about scarring. Once stood so close to a man who jumped in front of a train that I had my burn my clothes afterwards. They were, oh man, They were covered in blood and pieces of him. Holy shit, man. You think the Hot Wheels factory's in Penang? Cool. I'll be right there. We'll go in for a visit. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't want to stand next to somebody on a train platform, that's for sure. I think travel by train is really cool. It's useless here in the United States because it doesn't go anywhere you want it to go. Maybe in the big cities, but here it's just useless, unfortunately. But I've gone by, I've gone on a 5 hour, 7 hour train ride once, and I loved it. It was like flying, but I don't have that fear of death. Do not like to fly, and it's not because of terrorism. It's because it's a steel bird, and I had a bad experience when I was younger with really bad turbulence and lightning flying into Mexico City, and I think that scarred me. It's not that I won't get on a plane, but I won't get on a plane sober. I don't get airsick or anything. It's just it's the fear of not being in control, and and I look out the window. It's not like I'm huddled in a corner, rocking myself back and forth. It's just nothing a little tequila can't fix. But yeah, I like traveling by train. It just doesn't go. They don't go anywhere. You know, they don't go anywhere here in this country where they need to go. But yeah, that would be extremely scarring. Wow. And I don't buy this thing, and I don't buy into the whole thing that people that commit suicide are cowards. I think I'll never be brave enough to do it. I just, I don't see how people could do it. Let's hope it's a decision I never have to make. But yeah, I could see that totally being very scarring. Absolutely. Wow. It takes an awful lot of courage to be a coward. Yeah, I couldn't, I couldn't do it. I Stupid question from a late joiner. What are we playing today? Benjamin Christensen. Okay, so your last name, you've got to be Scandinavian. That's a Scandinavian last name. So I'm going to go with Denmark. Maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't matter where you're from. Just always nice to see who people are from. What are we painting today? We're painting skirmishers for my Papal army. We've got these guys are completely done. They're not really they're mercenaries for the Pope. Let's put it that way. So these guys are done, and my spearmen are complete. They're not based. Where are those little boogers? Over here. And no, Greg, I did not mean buggers. I meant boogers. Little insignificant little things. Yeah, so these guys are done. Haven't based them yet. It's going to be a total of 6 skirmishers. Then we've got 4 more of these spearmen to do. Then we've got a horde stand. And then I think the Pope himself. I feel like I'm missing something. I wonder what it is. Oh, crossbowmen. I got a couple stands of crossbowmen. I got to figure out what crossbow figures I'm going to use for that. That's what it is. I was correct on the Denmark. Awesome. That's like the most common name in Denmark, isn't it? Like Smith is, or something like that, or a Miller here. Excellent. The land of Legos. And those little butter cookies that come in a tin. I don't know if those even are made there. I'd go with Legos. Legos are cool. Oh, and I'm glad you came by because I have something for you. I don't want to make sure you didn't go crazy. But that bottle of paint that you made there in Denmark, it's here. I have it here. So you can come visit me. I'll give this to you, and I hope you don't go crazy looking for this color. Army painter, made in Denmark. I don't know if all their things are made in Denmark, but this is. Jensen and Hansen are more common. Okay. Yeah, Jensen. Jensen's got to be son of John, or some version of that, and Hansen's got to be son of Hans. Yeah, that's cool. Excellent. Excellent. What else is made in Denmark that I can think of right off the bat that makes it here? I'm sure lots of things. I just can't think of any. Just like German products, I can't think of any other than those little erase things. You guys need to up your production. We need to buy more Danish things, more European things. Just don't seem to make anything other than things from that place that I don't want to buy things from that will not be named. And it's not Malaysia. Malaysia's cool. Um, are the mixing balls? Are the mixing balls made there? I still have the package of them. Are these still made in Denmark? I mean, they're from Army Painter. No. Damn you. Made in China, packed in Denmark. I want some Danish steel, not none of that evil steel. I bought these before my embargo went into into effect. I look for things now. If I see that it's made in that country, I'm not going to buy it. I mean, if my daughter's life depends on it, yeah, I will. But Skype is Danish. Cool. No idea. Makes sense. What does it mean in Danish? Is it Skype? I would think it would be pronounced Skype. And we just mispronounce it here, which doesn't surprise me. Why don't we pronounce things in the way they're supposed to be pronounced? It's not like we can't say Skype if that's exactly how it's spelled. That's how it's said. And other languages too. It means nothing really. The English pronunciation is correct. Really? I'm surprised. Okay. Cool. Learn something new every day. Welcome. I was going to build a Danish army. I think Luke kind of has them. It doesn't mean I'm not going to build them at a later date, but I got Swedes, I got Norwegians, no reason not to have Danes. I think one of their kings had hearts as a motif, along with, something manly like a lion or something like that as well. So that's a tie-in. I don't have the link on this computer, do I? We'll find out which king it is right now. Which period? 1200s. I'll pull it up right now. All right. So, oh man, go Scandinavian flags, 15 millimeter. Let's see if I can get there. DVA. It's a site that's not active anymore. And it has this big, long. Let's see if I can find this. Here it is. It's this site that's called www.kriegspiel.dk. KRIGSSPIL.dk. I believe. Oh, well, that one's not available anymore. Well, I know how to get around that. Take that, copy, put it, go to Wayback Machine. I can get anywhere. Add another window here. Let's go to Wayback Machine. I don't know if you guys know that. You find a site that you like and it's not available anymore. That's why you can't put things on the internet you don't want people to see, because you can always find it. Wayback Machine Archive. And then enter the URL there. And then click a year where it was active. Pick a date. Say this one. No, couldn't get around it that way. All right, it's still available. I don't have the, let me go earlier. Here it is. Yeah. All right, now let me look. It's under medieval, is it under Crusades? Flags for the Danish armies, 1200 to 1500. And this is the website, http://kriegspiel.krigsspil.dk. And you can enter that in this Wayback Machine here, and it'll enter it. Okay, so we got Denmark, King of Denmark, Kalmar Union. So let's look at King of Denmark, see who we got here. See, lions and hearts. Cool. Which guy is this? Both versions can be used, but the ancient coat of arms was the most common version till 1500. Yeah, this is the ancient one, and I guess this is a modern one. That's cool. They'll be like, hey, who's carrying hearts around? And then we've got Kalmar Union, I think is just a cross. King Eric of Pommern. Yeah, here's the Kalmar Union here. A variation. Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. And they have all kinds of provinces here of different things. So, and then there's a little write-up here. I've divided Denmark into 3 main provinces. These provinces had their own laws, courts, and elected their own king. So nobles from a province would fight each other. The exception is I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong because it has an O with a line through it. The Hogadel, who could own land everywhere and have military responsibilities as well as the king's counselors. Sunderjaland, southern Jutland, was a special case. It had a very powerful jarl appointed by the king and with the obligation of protecting the border of the empire. The jarl was always related to the royal house. Sunderjaland became a duchy in the early 12th century and a direct fief from the king. Later the name changed to Schleswig after the biggest town in the duchy. Flags for the German county of Holstein can be found in the section for the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. Holstein was at times a mortal enemy and at times parts of the possessions of the Danish kings. Controlled by King Valdemar Sejer, 1203 to 1227, and in 1460, King Christian I of Denmark was elected Count of Holstein after the old family of courts died out, the Scharnbergers. The Mecklenburgers at times were so closely connected with Denmark and Sweden. The flags can be used for German mercenaries in a Danish army or a pure Holstein army, of course. The same goes for the Mecklenburgers, both in a Danish but also in a Swedish army. A number of Holsteiners and Mecklenburgers and other German nobles settled in Denmark, ditto Sweden. Yeah, and they have all kinds of stuff here. Like there's a different clan. Here's a Havida clan. Look at this. A large and extremely powerful noble family in 1216. So I got to build me a Danish army. This is cool. This is freaking cool. And I already got figures I could probably make work for them. Excellent. See, you could learn a lot from a dummy. That dummy being me. Yeah. Look things up, man. The internet is just filled full of fun things. Conquest of Estonia, for instance. The capital of Tallinn. I meant the capital of Estonia, Tallinn. Yeah. Interesting. Danish armies. Cool stuff. Folks, we didn't think we were going to talk about Denmark today, but here we are. Excellent. Holy Legos, Batman. Excellent. The Danes, they have a few knights. They have some fast blade. They have some spear, and they got a couple of crossbowmen or something like that, if I remember correctly. I'm talking about the earlier one. I think Mitch can actually do the Kalmar Union. I think he's got the guys to do that. All right, let's put some shoes on this guy, and then we'll call this guy done, and we'll go take a little potty break, and come back and start working on the next guy. See, that's what makes this game great. I'm painting one thing and talking about the other things I could paint down the road. You know, really cool. No, this isn't what I wanted. I wanted a fresh black, which is here. Excellent. Cool stuff, man. There's all kinds of neat things to learn out there that really happened. Not like some Games Workshop make-believe fluff. If you're into that, that's cool. I'm not. There's so many interesting things that really happened that I'd rather focus on that. If I was on that one Facebook group and said something like that, I'd be like, "You're just Games Workshop bashing." No, I'm not. They make some good products. I just don't play their make-believe games because I prefer things that really were. I remember one guy that when my daughter was younger, he'd take his daughter to the neighborhood pool. And this guy was from, I don't remember where in China he was from, but he was southern China. And I started talking to him about my wargaming and that I have several Chinese armies, and he was just fascinated. And he introduced me to his wife one time, and he says, "Look, this is Tony. He knows more about our own history than we do." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know about all that, but it's fascinating. It's fascinating to learn about other things. I don't like the current government of that place, but their history is super interesting, you know." There will actually be a new movie about Queen Margaret the First, creator of the Kalmar Union, released later this year. Not sure if it will be subbed in English though. As long as it has subtitles, yeah, that's cool. Never heard of her. I'm not surprised. A lot of history from most countries gets lost. It's not pushed. It's unknown. It doesn't make it any less interesting. It's just not known. All right, we put some Null oil in this guy. All right, see, Games Workshop products. I'm not game, and see, this stuff is made in the UK, so we can buy this. There's some tufts I came across the other day in a hobby shop from Games Workshop that were made in that place that I can't buy them from, and I'm like, why am I paying Games Workshop prices for something that uses slave labor to make their things? So, okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to use a little boys' room and be back in a jiff. Must be getting kind of close to 9 o'clock because here comes the ray of sun. Patriot Wargaming Solutions. Good morning. All right. I think we can put some. The Null oil dries really, really fast. I think we can put the finish on his helmet, and then we can move on to the last two guys. And I think we're gonna base these guys as soon as we're done with them. I mean, we're gonna seal them up as soon as we're done with them, because that'll knock out 3 stands. So, and like I mentioned yesterday, you guys that didn't make it here yesterday, we're going to take a look at how we're doing at the end of this month. If it looks like we're close to finishing this army, we're going to power through and finish them. If it looks like I haven't gotten a lot of chance to finish them, we're probably going to have to stop painting them and go to my Bronze Age army, because I need them for the next tournament that's at the end of September. I don't have a Bronze Age army, whereas these guys aren't necessarily needed to play in any of those tournament events. I can, but I don't have to do them, so I don't want to run out of time and not get a chance to finish my Amorites. Okay, we're going to call this guy done. Now, I may end up adding something on his shirt, but for the time being, we're just going to leave them plain. Just little mercenary guys that just signed on for some extra coin. Okay, next two guys. Let's have some water. How about that? You love Null. You keep 4 bottles handy. Wow. I guess you do. shortage on it. I heard that there was some people were having issues buying it. I hope that's not the case, but if so, I need to be on the lookout and buy another one. Although, unless I spill it, knock on wood. See on here. I've used very little of it. This should last me forever. At the rate I'm doing it. This is not the color I wanted. I'm not painting a parrot from Brazil. Maybe if I was painting the tupi or something like, you use parrot feathers. That would be good. Yeah, this is a little bit better. I don't know. That's kind of bold for his freaking shirt. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's let me think. I wanted something greenish, but man, I got so many freaking greens and so many are useless for. Well, I could paint it whatever, but we need to be reasonable. About this dirty brown color. Yeah, we need something with a little bit more zing. But not too bold. What if we used an ancient color? What do I mean by that? I mean a color that I've had forever and don't use very often because I actually have a bottle of it unopened. Shadow gray. This has been unopened. At least for 30 years. Something like that. I have a shadow gray that's open. Thought I did. I do. Just a matter of where that is. Here it is. Every paint bottle has issues in design. The issue these have is these little tabs like this, they break off. So alright, pull this one out too, because here's another color. Elf gray. We'll use elf gray. I haven't opened this in so long. Yep, still good as new. I had this stuff a long time. Let's open this up and it'll smell like Reagan. That's how old this thing is. Very little smell. Let's get some of this stuff. Let's get some of this good stuff right here. Man, it flows so well. It's almost like lubricated. I thought the coat the arms the same way. They're supposedly the same manufacturer. All right, did we put some new black in here? We did. All right, let's not use black. Let's come over here and use some brown. I'm gonna put it over here. Not that wet, we're not. Put it over here. And then let's mix some of this stuff into it. I'm gonna start the base color somewhere around there. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger brush for this first one, or we're never gonna finish. There's an issue buying it because that dude bought them all. There was only 4. You know, up to production there in the UK, man. You guys are having too many worker strikes or something like that. I'm guessing. I live in a right to work state. I think that's what it's called, which means they can basically fire you for any reason. So I'm used to that. So the idea that people can't fire you is kind of really weird to me. So, you know, 4 bottles of Null oil and they're out. The local, we don't. The only hobby store we have here is a chain store called Hobby Lobby, but we do have game stores that have Games Workshop things, and they sometimes double in having comic books, or they have tabletop, non-violent tabletop Euro games as well. And they do stock Games Workshop products, but man, it is so hard to get them back in stock, either because Games Workshop may require you to order a minimum amount of an order, and you know they can't meet that with just being paint that they're out of, or I'm not sure what the reason is, but they can't keep them in stock. They have a hell of a time doing that, so I'm not really sure what the problem is. Not really sure. Not really certain. Have I ever bought something in bulk like that? Paintbrushes. I had a problem getting paintbrushes, and last time I went to Walmart, I bought like 4 of them. That was before my embargo. So now we'll have to get German brushes now. I think that's the next inexpensive one. I buy it in Windsor and Newton just to see what it's all about, but I got to go to a place that physically has it. I'm not going to mail order a brush and then get it and it has the wrong configuration of it, you know? So, not wrong configuration, wrong shape. That brush has the wrong configuration. What's wrong with it? It has the bristles on the part you hold. What? That don't make no sense. All right. I need to stop dilly-dallying. This stuff's coming out too wet. And although it works fine, it's going to take a million coats. Which I guess is okay. Not really that big of a deal. Not enough of a reason like, you should prime in white. I don't prime in white. I've tried it before, didn't like it. No, sir, I didn't like it. Or gray or none of that. I like to prime in black. If I leave some little thing, I know that it's a division line anyways, that I want in black anyways, and that suits my painting style. Australian Greg, there you are. Talking about you earlier, forgot what it was. He's like, watch the video. I know you will. Tomorrow, no doubt. Um, what was it about? I don't know. You came up. This is the 5th Psiloi, by the way. of 6. All right, and even though this is a bluish type light gray, and we added brown to the base color, that's fine. Just these little modifications add some different undertones that it makes it look like the clothes weren't all bought at a department store. Made a lot of progress over the last couple hours. What'd I do? I finished one figure and I finished my one guy and started another one and finished him. I guess that's a lot of progress for me. We didn't talk about geography as much as yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember what you were in reference to. Yeah, it was something good, of course. We don't we don't name call people. It's nicer to name call people to their face, and you weren't here, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I want to make progress on these guys so I don't have to stop working on them and have to go to the Amorites. I have to get the Amorites done for the convention. I don't have a Bronze Age army to play, so. And I really don't want to stop these guys. And I don't want to move to the Pope because that's going to stress me out being rushed to make a decision of who's going to be who's who with the Pope, you know? So this stuff is kind of more meaningless, easier to make the decision. Pope stands soon. No, unfortunately not. We got to finish these guys, a stand of spearmen, 2 crossbowmen, a fast horde, and then the Pope. So we'll get there. We'll get there because it's going to be glorious. It's going to be, I'm going to have a lot of fun with that guy. So, so I mentioned earlier that there's no point in running that army unless you're using the Pope as the general. Because the other general they can actually have a knight general, which would be, the, not emissary, but a representative of the Pope. And the Pope ends up being the litter. But then I thought, I wasn't going to build them. But then I thought, if I build them and we play a collision course game, the Pope, who I'm going to make on a 40 by 40, can be the baggage element. So I think that would probably work okay. I tried Chunky Monkey tonight after dinner, liked the banana flavor and the walnuts, but as I don't like chocolate, not so impressed with the fudge. Your your review is spot on. I agree with you completely. I agree with you completely. So, I'm not a chocolate fan and I'm not a fudge fan. And it's a little too on the bitter side for me. So, I've actually, many years ago, I decided to have it for lunch. I went to a convenience store. I didn't bring a lunch. I'm like, I'm going to have ice cream for lunch. I ate the whole pint. But I didn't want to deal with the chocolate. So I literally rolled the window down and spit the chocolate out when I came across a chocolate piece. It was wonderful then. Yeah, I agree with you completely. Man, that banana's good. I don't. I tend to not like banana things because they're fake. I mean, I eat a banana every day for breakfast, so it's not like it's a banana problem. It's just a banana fake thing. But that banana ice cream is excellent. There's a a assemble your own ice cream place here in the United States. Not assemble your own, but they give the raw ice cream and they mix in other toppings. It's called Cold Stone, and I found out they have banana ice cream as the base, and that with just walnuts is spectacular. So you don't have to have the chocolate, And let me stop talking about that. I'm gonna have to want to go out there. I mean, I rarely have it. I mean, I may have it like twice a year, maybe, but we don't need that today. Good. I like your review, as I agree with it wholeheartedly. Makes great banana walnut bread. Excellent. Yeah, you got to have nuts in the bread. You got to have some kind of crunch. There was a there's a chain of grocery stores here called Publix, and they they have their own brand of ice cream sometimes, and they make this seasonal one. They don't have it year round, and it's called Hula Hula. And what it is it's a butter pecan type base, except instead of being pecans, it is macadamia, and it also has caramel swirl, but not too heavy. And it is just awesome because it's sweet and salty and crunchy, and it's like you can't have some because you want to eat the whole half gallon. But that's spectacular as well. And no, there's no ice cream in the house because we ate it all. No, because that's just I I don't do well with sugar things. I'll have some and I want more. It's like a it's like a drug. It's like an overdose. So yeah, it's better not to have those type of things. Even though it's cheaper to buy it and keep it at home, it's safer to just go out and get ice cream because you can't overeat it, without making another trip to the ice cream place. So we pronounce Peking. Peking. Oh, that is just macadamias or Australia's only native nut. Interesting. Well, you picked a good one. They're good. Peking. Peking. I usually call them pecans. I don't know why I said pecan. I don't know. I can't go to Australia. You pronounce things wrong there. I did not know that about macadamia nuts. That's a good one. So you have to import all your walnuts. Oh man, that's expensive. Nuts are expensive anyways. Man, I'm getting hungry. And not for ice cream. I don't have sugar cravings usually, so I don't have any sugar. I keep them in check by not having any. Did not know that about macadamias. I thought that all ours come from Hawaii, I'm pretty sure. They're a Hawaiian import, along with pineapple. I'm pretty sure they have pineapple in other places here in the United States, but not. I don't know about macadamia nuts though. Macadamia is good though. Good stuff. No, we don't import walnuts. We grow them here. I see. You mean native from the standpoint that it didn't get imported and grown there. Got it. Got it. Sorry, I read. And I need something to eat. I'm gonna go grab some almonds. Be right back. almonds and cashews. I found that having nuts around is a much handier, healthier snack than having like chips or something like that. Wow, these look really cool with that glasses on. Well, they're magnified 6.5 times with my nearsightedness. Free magnification, no extra cost. I gotta remember to watch some of that diecast racing today. Maybe just one. I don't like watching it live because it's in multiple parts. And then if you gotta wait a week for the next part to come out. Be able to dazzle the guys tomorrow night. I think it's just gonna be Mitch and I, so I can pretty much talk about anything and he'll be dazzled. He'll find it funny too. He really does laugh at anything. Which I guess is better than some people who are angry at everything. I'm not going to mention any names, but they don't play DBA anymore. Actually, I hadn't noticed that he finds everything funny until somebody made a comment like, "You need to do something about Mitch laughing all the time." I'm like, really? So he's just a happy guy. He kind of is. He kind of is. Being reminded every day lately by Facebook regarding Historicon 2015. Yep. That was a good year. How many years ago was that? 6? I was going to paint a Mongol army for that. Ended up not happening. I still set the figures aside. I keep threatening Mitch I'm going to paint a Mongol army. I can see that it's dangerous. It's going to make me want to work on house rules. Does anybody in Australia still play 2.2 or is pretty much converted to 3.0? Did I borrow an army for just my... No, I made my Tang Chinese work. And Armenian. I used some Armenian light horse, Tang Chinese light horse, and then cavalry from the Tang, I'm pretty sure. It's hard to believe that we played a DBA game at one time where you could pull out of combat. If you engage in combat, you could spend a pip to move them out. That's mind-blowing. You just get used to stuff. Just gave you more options to do. More things to spend your pips on. Not a very anybody playing 2.2. Still the group in Kansas, I think, pays 2.2. That's fine. If anybody agrees. I'm not sure if they still play 2.2 in Nashville. That may be another holdout, or that wasn't a holdout. It's just not a better game. And if you want to use the army list, use the old 2.2 army list. They just behave how they do in 3.0. But man, having 8 bow behave the same as a 4 bow, that's just crazy. You just get used to things. Let's finish this off. Trying to look at this thing. I'm not one of those people that could just eat and snack on something for an hour. I'm like, eat. Okay, don't eat. Done. Expecting snow in the middle of the week, so getting even colder. Oh man, rub it in. Meanwhile, I was working on our cars yesterday, and it wasn't the heat that was so bad, it was the sweating that was so bad I couldn't even see. Man, it was hot. I got done what I needed to get done, though. And no, I'm not a mechanic. I'm a YouTube tinkerer. Tinkerer. Am I still getting daily rain? No, it didn't rain yesterday, or the day before, or the day before that. But it rained every day other than that. And I should say, we had a rainy day all day long before that, probably for a month. I don't mind rain as long as it's not on a work day. It really changes my work day a lot if I have to deal with it at work. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, good night. Good night, Greg. Thanks for coming by. Let me check on one thing here. Okay. Uh-oh, somebody's awake. Check in a while. Okay. And we're back. Yeah, I don't want to hop off and not get these guys done, but sometimes things happen. You know, I've got a few stands. I could have this open. I got a few stands I have to build to make my medieval Germans into a B list, including a stand of blades, two stands of blades. I think that's what it is. I've got these guys sitting off to the sides. It'd be these guys right here, these Essex guys. Yeah, little halberdier dudes. It'll be a late period B army. I think the B goes all the way from like Barbarossa all the way to Sigismund, I believe. So this would be more of a Sigismund period army. Because of my crossbowmen and stuff like that, pretty much they'd get reused from the B list from the C list to the B list. So it would be a late 1400s army. I think I got like 2 blade stands to do, and I think I need 3 knights that are not deep, and then that army is done. You know, just little nicks and knacks here and there, and get another couple of things done. Not even complete armies, but just modifications. I've got, you know, my Tang Chinese are not 3.0 compatible. They're 2.2, but Mitch owns the army, so there's not a huge incentive for me to do that. My Koguryo Koreans, on the other hand, are not 3.0 compatible. And they could stand probably to do so, especially because I like them. The army got significantly cooler in 3.0. The problem is that a couple of things happen. First of all, the manufacturer of the figures that I have passed away, and I don't think their figures are going to be remanufactured. And so I could get the ones from Coruscant, but then they're different. I don't know. There's just a lot of that's kind of a big project. So that is a fun army. And some of the cataphracts I have, their lances are really they're about to break off. They're they've been bent and rebent and bent and rebent, and not that they're bendy shaped, but I don't want to get to a point where I have to replace them, because to do that I'm going to have to pop them off the stands, which I don't know. I may redo that army at some point. I like my Asian armies a lot, so and that might be something to do down the road. And then my poor Southern Dynasty's Chinese, which totally got nerfed. They took the elephant away from them. So the elephant is in the later Tang 5 Dynasties list, which Joe already built. Was this his first army that he built? I think it was the first army that he built. So not a big incentive in repurposing that army for that purpose. And somebody already has in your play group the army. There's no reason to build it as well when there's so many other ones you can have. You know, if you're going to spend time doing it, it's not that it wouldn't be worth doing. It's just, you know, you got a finite amount of time, so you might as well work on the things that are more useful for everybody. So It'd be like rebuilding a Carthaginian army. Mitch already has them. I already had Roman armies by the time Mitch showed up, and he had them as well. So well, if we both have them, but I don't think they've ever fought each other. There's not much point in doing a civil war, as far as I'm concerned. Not when there's so many similarities between the makeups of them. But all right, let's do this guy's bow. Oh yeah, there's the sun baking the side of my head. Thanks for stopping by, folks, that did. Those of you that made yourselves known, it's okay if you don't want to make yourself known. I've got no way of seeing. I can tell how many people are on here watching. I have no idea who they are, though. So it's all right. You can be anonymous as long as you behave. Haven't had that problem on here. Hope that continues to be the trend. Well, we'll cause trouble somewhere else. There's plenty of places where people want troublemakers. You can been fortunate as far as that goes. So there he is, just talking about you. All good things. Just talking about you. I was just mentioning that your Tang Chinese, that was your first army, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. And I think now it's probably the army you have the best win record with. There he is, Captain Canada. Welcome. John Mifkovic. Are you guys coming in November? I mean, I'm not coming to Historicon in November because it's in November. That's a deal breaker, but not sure if you guys are allowed to travel yet or not. Yes, I'm still having nightmares about that experience with your early Swiss. The unstoppable steamroller of deep, fast blades. Yeah, any conventions in November is just like that. That's out. That's anniversary month. So we're always traveling in November. So they were the second. Romans were the first. That's right. You're not coming in November. Okay, well, good. I mean, well, not good, but we'll see you in July next year. I hope it doesn't go so well for them in November that they'll change Historicon to always be in November. I mean, you can call it con whenever you want. I just want the long con to be in July. July is the right time of year. June would be okay. July would be okay. August would be okay. What else would be okay? February would be okay. January would be all right. Even March would be okay. Just stay away from April, September, because we have our two local cons here in those 2 months, and then stay away from November. Even December would be okay. So hopefully it doesn't go so well for them. They'll just be like, we'll just do Historicon in November. Because November is a deal breaker for me. Although the weather would be a lot more pleasant. Now, the one they call Cold Wars, I'm trying to find where this paint is that I left it at. The one they call Cold Wars, which is normally in March, there has been a Cold Wars where people had trouble getting back to their normal jobs after the convention because there was snow issues. So, yeah, that would be bad, but yeah. Hopefully they have a good turnout. Hopefully they don't have such a good turnout they'll move it. Next army to do is the later Swiss, the A version. Aha. Pike, 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 pikes, and a side of pike with more pikes on the side. Working on Cyrene Greek this morning. That's a good army. That's a good army. They're littoral. They got some heavy chariots. They got spear, I think, and the littoral. I don't know if I mentioned littoral. That's a good army. I've actually fought those guys a couple times. They're not common, but they're not extremely odd either. It's not like, you know, somebody you've never heard of. I have some later Swiss in my French Ordnance army. The French Ordnance B, I've got 4 stands of Swiss pikemen. That army has a terrible win record. What is it? Let's see here. I want to say they're like 2-6 or something like that. I haven't played a whole lot of games with them, but they're off to a bad start. They are. Oh, there's hope for them. They're 5-7. My northern son have dropped to 4-9. Yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough blockers. I can run them with Southern Dynasty's allies. That's probably what I should do, but that's not going to get their numbers up because I keep them in a certain allies go in a different category, a different column. But they can have, I believe they can have 5 Dynasties allies. I think that's right. So they just need more blockers. They only have 1 stand of blade and 2 fast auxiliary, and everything's either a solid horde or a shooter or a couple cav and artillery piece. They're extremely defensive army, and they're aggression 3, so that's not really a good combination, but they're still fun to play. A version's only 4 pikes. The rest are just fast or solid blades with the options for deep fast blades. Okay, so you could morph your early army into that A1 as well. But once you get the right, once you get the B1 done, yeah, cool. Cool armies. If I was going to build one, I'd build the C. That's whatchamacallit's army. That's the Lorraine dude, Rene of Lorraine. That's the guy that actually fought the Burgundians. That's the reason why I do it. Because he fought and I have the Burgundians. So, that's one of those army lists that's really only for like prevalent in like one situation. And that's them. The other one is the Crusaders that went on crusade in Varna. They're in the Hungarian list. They're the C list in the Hungarian. They're both of those are similar armies in that they've got a lot of got some. Well, actually, maybe they're not similar, and they do both have knights, but the Varna Crusaders. Yeah, here's the sunlight coming through here, which turns everything yellowish. Which it makes good photos, but I need to go out there and take some better photos of my figures and get some focus issues resolved. I'm a terrible photo taker. I, I'll admit that. And I've watched videos. I just don't have the patience to sit there and watch a video about how to take photos for hours on hours. I try to take like 6 or 7 shots and post whichever one looks the best of those. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. You want to see better pictures of my figures? Come visit me. You know where to find us. Come find us. We're here all day long. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are allowed to travel yet. You guys got lockdown issues there, I think. You guys have kind of the same issue that California does. So, California, I think they were starting to lock things down again. Whatever. Just leave us alone. Build a moat around Florida and we'll stay over here. Good morning, Kevin. Welcome, welcome. We were talking about slot cars earlier. I think you do some slot car stuff, don't you? And how does that work? I mean, I kit, I had a set as a kid that never worked worth a damn. It was a, mentioned that a couple hours ago, or maybe it was an hour ago. It was a Spider-Man set that I got in the late 70s or whatever, and it had a Spider-Man car. Well, it was a sports car that just had Spider-Man and stuff all over it, and red and red and blue or what have you. Probably had some webbing on it or whatever. And it had another set. I'm sure it was made by Tyco. Guaranteed it was made by Tyco. And and then it had a black van that had villain written on it. I think it was in silver writing or whatever, but it never worked right. Like you could get it to start going and then it would stop. But with the slot cars, you've got the on off and gradations of how much juice you're giving it for speed. Are you supposed to like let go of it when you go around a turn so you don't fly off the track, or you just hold it down all the time, or is there strategy between it, or do you have to slow down for turns? I guess I should say that. You know, we use souped up cars. Okay, do you have to slow down for turns? Is there a strategy for that? I'm sure it is. Otherwise, it would just be like, hey, hold this. I'm going to go grab some coffee and let me know if I finish the race. Things are just starting to open up again pre-COVID. I think November we'll be able to travel again. Okay, things are just starting to open up again pre-COVID. Good. Hope things continue going down that pathway to getting back to how things used to be. I actually know my wife knows somebody that interact with them, and they said they did not want things to get back to normal because they did not enjoy not having to wear a mask because they didn't want to pretend to have to smile at anybody. I'm like, well, here's news for you. If you want to wear a mask, you can continue wearing one. Okay. If you want to hide from the world, they're still going to make caves, but yeah, I don't want to live in a world where, things are how they were a year ago. I have no interest in that, you know. That's not my that's not a step forward. So not as much as old days. Cars have manners, have to hold on the track. Okay, so you did have to slow down for turns. Okay. Maybe that's why this idiot kid would always send the cars flying off the track because I didn't slow down for him. I mean, you don't have much time to slow down. I mean, the track was relatively short, so. All right, let's go ahead and paint this dude's helmet, get it over with. Yeah, like wargaming. I won't go to a convention where you got to wear masks. I want to interact with people. I can understand folks, and I don't hear well to begin with. And it's conventions are really for a social activity. Play games. I mean, if anybody doesn't need to go to a convention to play games, it's us. You just cut your. Oh, why is that blocked? YouTube trying to tell me. I don't want people to say that word. Everybody's born with one. Some people are born with two, one of them between their shoulders. So you just cut your finger. Yeah. Exacto knife. Hopefully you're okay. I got an exacto knife cut. I haven't got one in a long time, knock on wood. But when you do, they don't even hurt, but you could like drown in all the blood that comes out of the tip of your finger. It's ridiculous, you know? And I got a cut like that a long time ago. I was climbing on a trailer and I climbed, there's no way to get up there. So I climbed on the wheels and I put one hand on the man, why am I losing a word for words? The forget what it's called. The part of the trailer that keeps the load from, unless it's really heavy, but keeps the load from shifting and rolling off the trailer and into the cab of the truck, whatever it's called, the vertical part. Anyways, I had one hand on that and my feet slipped and I slashed my hand probably from here to here. Wasn't really deep. I couldn't even feel it, but man, it bled. It bled. That was probably 20 years ago. Headache rack, is that what they call it? I should know this. I mean, I freaking deal with that every day. I don't know. I don't think about it all the time. So yeah, the cuts that bleed really bad. I didn't that I've had. I don't feel them. Which I guess is probably a good thing. And then you get a paper cut and it hurts like a mo. Oh man, intricacies of the human body. Some provinces are ditching the mask already, but not Ontario. We were all tired for the need to wear them. Yeah, I don't have. I never had to wear one at work. Whew, thank goodness. But I already have to wear PPE stuff at work. You know, personal protective equipment. So I gotta wear a lot of stuff just because. You have to. So I I'm glad we didn't because that would have been a pain in the ass. I already have to wear. I have to work in a hot environment and wear like steel-toed shoes, even though I don't really need to for what I do for a job, or a hard hat, even though I'm not working underneath things, just because that's what the rules are. So I was not a fan of more rules just because at work. I mean, in your personal life, if the store required it, well, you got to wear it or not. But at least you can make a choice of just not going into that store. But I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that at work. Thank goodness. But then again, I didn't get to work from home like many of you might have gotten a chance to. And unfortunately, never will at what I do. I would love to work from home. Just one day. Why can't I work from home one day? I could just wear this. I mean, it's not like I want to run around naked. I just want to be comfortable. You know? Yeah, but this one lady, my wife knows, she wanted the mask to stay in place. Like, you don't belong in Florida. You can always wear one if you want. I mean, I figured, when that happened, ugly people were just rejoicing, you know. Oh man, I missed it. Marco, I have some miniatures titled BE6, BE7. Any idea what manufacturers they might be? Yep. Wow. Figure nerd. I have a feeling that those are gladiator miniatures. Are they Byzantines? Um, I just use the N word on myself. I don't like that word. Um, that's a bad word. I'm from the 1980s, so that's a bad word. Dropped an Exacto blade once. Looked and looked, couldn't find it. Didn't want to leave on floor. Found it sticking to the top of my foot. Oh, I can tell you one thing. It was just a blade by itself. If it had this backing on it, you'd feel it. Oh, I'm lucky to be able to work from home. Maybe permanent going forward. You know what? That's a good thing. Then you don't have to, then you can wear whatever you want. I mean, you're not burning fuel just going to your workplace. You know, talk about something that's good for the environment. You think they're Byzantines. Don't try to catch a falling knife. All right. What'd you call them? BE6, BE7. All right, here we go. Let's start using my Google Foo. Let's go to Gladiator Miniatures, who's no longer Gladiator Miniatures. They still are, but they're carried by Fighting 15s. Okay. And are they? Okay, so go to Fighting 15s. Let's go to Shop. Go to Fighting. No, there's a special one for Gladiator Miniatures. Come on. Come on. And their Byzantine range is under their Crusades range. Komnenen Byzantine. No, that's CRB. No, all right. What about Museum? Because they don't make any Byzantines in their Dark Ages. No, I was incorrect. I'll find out. I'll find out. This is what I do for not a living. That'd be a hell of a job. What do you do? I sit around and have people ask me, "Hey, who makes this figure?" Dream job. Hey, it's still more work than some people who live under a bridge right now. Let's see. Let's go to. It wouldn't be Essex. It would be. Who did I say? I just mentioned who they were. Museum. If not, the other option would be alternative armies. There's not that many people that make Byzantine figures. Google wants to know your location. Mind your own business. I'm not telling you where I'm at. The Germans lost the war last time I checked. Byzantine range under Dark Ages. These are BZ. So that's not them either. All right, let me go to alternative armies. Alternative armies. If you show me, well, you can't show me a picture of it. You can't do it through here. And you're not on the farce book, so. Let's look under Dark Age. Filter by Byzantines. They're BY. So that's not them either. Well, if I had a picture of them, I can tell you who made them. B, that's gotta be who it is. Noticed on your desk, shot from yesterday, paper with Fig TTG on it. Yeah. This one, right here. Yep, tabletop games. I had a lot of these that were given to me by Kevin Mello. His brother passed away. I understand that he didn't have a use for these figures, and he knew that I did this stuff, so a good majority of this army are his figures. So these are Flemish pikemen, and I was going to use this as another unit of spear. Obviously, these are tabletop as well. These predate me by a long shot. They were still tabletop when, as I understand, when I was still gaming. I just wasn't doing any medieval or gaming or anything like that. It was all World War II stuff. So, yeah, we're going to use these guys for another army. I decided not to use them as spearmen. The other unit of spearmen is going to be the same pose. So, yeah, wife is on Farcebook. Could post it there. Okay. Well, look me up. I'm on there. And send me a picture. I'll be happy to tell you who they are. If you're looking, I suspect you're looking for more of them. Who else could make them? BE. Not minifigs. What about What about Outpost War Game Services? I don't remember what their codes are. They make Byzantines. Outpost War Game Services. They make a range of Komninins, Crusade period Christians. I think that's what Crusade period Byzantines. Nope, they're BZs as well. I don't know who the hell BE is. I give up, Uncle. Who else makes them? Minifigs. I don't know. And there's a lot of people that don't put the names of their figures on the bottom of the stand. So that limits it even further. So, yeah. I know Museum puts them on the bottom. A regular, I don't think a regular puts them on the bottom of the miniatures, so. Yeah. I have some irregular miniatures. They're hard to get a hold of. And they're, some of their stuff looks really primitive, and some of their stuff looks okay, and it paints it looks great. Even, even some of the ugliest figures I have still paint up okay. So I mix them in there. Good for variety. Not everybody looks the same. My Irish army has a really small figures and really huge figures all on I even have them, I think, on the same stand. They're fine. Some people are bigger than others. One guy ate all the porridge. That's how I justify it. Who ate all the porridge? That guy. Porridge make you big? Well, it does in the belly, but does it make you overall big? Oh man, let's see. Let's use, I don't remember what color I used for that. Oh, it's probably this one. Let's see. English uniform. Hope your foot's okay. It's got to be. He didn't know where, he didn't even feel it. Oh man, yeah. English uniform. That's what this one is. BE. Who the hell makes BE? No, I don't win a prize this time. Sorry. Ooh. What about Tin Soldier? Tin Soldier. Come on. They got bought out by somebody recently. Somebody that fixed, I don't know if they got bought out, but they got their website got redone, and it got redone for the better. They make Byzantines. What's their codes like? No, their codes are DBA. Their figures are strange. They have compatibility issues with other regions. I kind of like them. They're kind of unique looking, but no, I don't know why there's. I don't know why their codes are all DBA this and DBA that. Man, they did a really good job of taking their freaking pictures, though, of their figures. That's really pretty cool. I got some of them in my Ptolemaic army. I've got quite a few of them. Could be a weekly quiz. Bring it. I like that stuff. I got to use this knowledge of stupid things I've acquired for something. BE. Who else makes Byzantines? I don't know. Send me a picture. Have your wife friend me, whatever the hell that means. Oh, man. Oh. Or post it on the, have her post it on the, one of the Facebook pages there for DVA. Hey, who makes this figures? But oh, glory. I'm not going to give up. Are the Old Glory Babylonian? Well, Babylonians are very different from Byzantines. Oh, man. Thank you.
Welcome.
Wow. Wow. Yummy. Okay. Excellent. What's this? Third breakfast? Fourth breakfast? I don't know. If you don't eat a full one every time, does it really count? That's just spectacular. Anywho, Babylonians and Byzantines look totally different. So, what's the Byzantine code for Old Glory? So one thing about Tin Soldier is the Comnenian army has a very boring looking flag. Very, very boring. I mean, with all the cool Byzantine tapestries you could use, the Comnenian army just basically has, like, it's like a banner with these fingers. And the fingers are different colors. And then there's like a rudimentary cross on the other portion. But the Tin Soldier figures actually make a white metal built-in flag that already has that shape, and it'd be relatively easy to paint. So I'm thinking, get around to doing that. I'll probably buy the banner guy from Tin Soldier and use them in that. Which, you know, who knows when the hell that'll be. They're definitely an army that I should get for our Crusades armies. Mitch has a big Muslim morph and he's got Crusaders. I've got Cilician Armenians, got the figures already to do, and most of the Byzantines. So, all right, what is Old Glory 15 millimeter? And I believe it's Ancient and Dark Age. And it's under Dark Ages. And it's under Byzantines. Oh, these don't say what the code is. But Old Glory doesn't have their codes written on the bottom of their figures, so I don't know. Yeah, Old Glory doesn't have the. I assume you have the code. You're looking for it because they have the name of the figure, it engraved in the bottom of the figure. I could be wrong. Yeah. If you're working on your Belisarius army, though, the best figures out there right now that I can think of is they were Lurkio. And then other than Lurkio, those forged in battle figures. Those forged in battle figures are beautiful. And they have different poses. I'm gonna paint me some of them soon. I'm gonna paint me some of them. Yeah, well, we is in the South. Sorry I couldn't be more helpful. Kevin might have gotten it right, but certainly you could tell the difference between Babylonians and Byzantines. So if they are in fact Byzantines, then they, thank you, it was wonderful. What did I do right? Okay. Nothing yet? Okay.
It was all about me.
It was all about you? Yeah, well, it's a team effort, you know? She's good at everything that I'm not good at, which is a lot of things. So, as long as it's not history, maps, painting figures, she's got everything else, so. Right, so we've got this little thing I forget to call all the time, which is the quiver. The quiver. Before I'm done with that, I was supposed to do something. Let me make sure what the weather's going to be like this afternoon to see if I can put off mowing the lawn. I don't have to do the whole lawn, just on one side. The part I didn't get to the other day, weather. I hate going to the Weather Channel. It's so, well, so there's a chance of rain. Let's see what it is. Okay, here. Watch as barge sinks in swollen river. Isn't it made to go over water? Let's go out. 10% chance through 10 a.m. We're good on rain. If it does rain, it's not enough of that's going to keep me from doing anything. You have Belisarius's army from Museum Miniatures. They're too big. I have those figures as well. I bought them for for $1 a piece for pack, and I'm going to make them work. But I'm going to mix them with other manufacturers. But I know what you mean about they're too big. They're weird. They're weird shaped. But I already had them. I got to get that army built. Fight my Ostrogoths. Could be cool. Yeah, museum things are weird. I got one of their figures in my Irish group. He's massive. He's almost 22 millimeters in size. I think we named him one time. What was his name? Aiden the Giant or something like that. I don't know. He's on a he's massive, but he works. You know, it's not how their styling is because they paint up well, but sometimes they're just too darn big. The only thing that's too darn big is those museum camels that I had. I've had them for a while. I never was able to use them because I'd have to put them like at a 45 degree angle on the stand, and I just don't want to do that. It's just too extreme. They're beautiful castings. They probably paint up wonderfully, but they're not usable because they're gonna have to stick out the back of the stand. So, who makes good quality 15 millimeter Reconquista El Cid period? So, my first army was a mix of Old Glory, minifigs, Old Glory minifigs, yeah. Since then, Museum now has some specific Reconquista figures. I think that's it. I don't think anybody has expanded into 15 millimeter of that. I wouldn't be surprised if some later date that Forged in Battle will do them, but I love my El Cid army. I'll I will. If you haven't checked it out, it's on my whatchamacallit page, but I don't really use anymore. Um, let's see, what is that even? I don't even know what the hell it's called. WordPress. So check out Tony Aguilar WordPress. And this is what I actually should call my channel, is figuratively speaking. That's what I should call my YouTube channel. I guess I could change it at any time, but and its earliest categories figures. I'll send you the link on here so you don't have to go hunting. You don't have to go pull Indiana Jones. Previous feudal Spanish 35B. All right, we're gonna send you a link. You guys also can check it out as well. This is I remember this is the first DBA army I ever painted, and people were like, "Oh man, it looked great. How can you paint so good?" I'm like, "It's not the first thing I've painted. It's the first DBA army in 2004, whenever it was that I did them. It might have been 2005 actually. Um, let's see. Let me go back to the channel. We'll send you a link here. Paste. Okay, check that link out. You've spoken to Campaign Game Miniatures Dermot Quigley in Spain. There's a guy named Dermot Quigley in Spain? Oh man. What's he doing there? Yeah, plastic's a pain in the ass to paint. I love the look of my army. Yeah, it has one museum guy in it because they came out with a figure for the big guy himself. And oh look, I was taking blurry pictures back then too. I can't take unblurry pictures to save my life. Yeah, and that flag was a photo print. It was a photocopy. I photocopied something and I hand painted it. I remember I was painting it during a Super Bowl. I don't remember which one it was. It must have been whatever Super Bowl was there in 2005, 2004, or something like that. That was back when I used to watch. I'm I'm pinching that respect the Psiloi pick. Oh yeah, I made that one. That was back when nobody would respect the Psiloi, man. You could do Psiloi ambushes or whatever. Yeah, every unit's important, especially Psiloi. They've gunned down knights in the open before, man. There's nothing to. Don't be mocking the Psiloi. I mean, sure, they're only a lowly two, but they're an important aspect of many armies, of most armies. Yeah, respect the Psiloi, baby. I made that one. That was a photo that was one of the clippings from DBA Online, and then I must have used some kind of editing program to put some lighting on it, to put some writing on it. But yeah, Yeah, every unit's important. I'd rather have Psiloi than light horse. Not because light horse are that crappy, but the problem is light horse can't deal with terrain, and Psiloi are better in the open than light horse are in bad going terrain. You know, and the you like them, huh? Yeah, it was a lot. I bought a lot of extra figures to do those guys. A lot of extra figures. That was back when the old Glory figures were 50 figures in a pack. So let's just say I have a few extra spearmen. Yeah, what's that miniature manufacturer that you said was, what did you call them? Campaign Game Miniatures. Is that a manufacturer? Campaign Game Miniatures. And what do they look like? Campaign Game Miniatures. Is that the guys that used to make Fantasy? I bet it is. I've never seen those flush, but they look good on. I bet it is. Historical figures plus. Oh, I got sidetracked into something else. Oh, they make Spanish tercio stuff. Oh, but it's in 28 millimeter, and it's in 30 years war. You know, I don't get it. Uh, yeah. What does he make? Here it is. Must be under Campaign Game Miniatures. Ancients. Oh, these are the guys. These are the guys that have the molds. I bet these are the molds from. Are these the Fantasy molds, or are these the Corvus Belli molds? They're definitely not Corvus Belli. I don't think they are. This guy's very animated. Maybe they are. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't remember what the Fantasy. Fantasy used to be a Spanish company. They used to make 20 millimeter World War II stuff. That's how I found them. And they also made um, uh, Romans. I think they made Caesarian Romans, and they made Polybian Romans, and they made Carthaginians, and they made Alexander. And then they just stopped. And medieval specials. Oh, these guys make the figure for Jaime Primero. Okay. Mm. Well, I wouldn't mind having that figure, but I don't need him anytime soon. Cool. More surfing figures. I'll have to surf that. He has his own spin caster. Coruscant good medieval range could be used for Elsid. That's true. I forget about them. They're as good as AB. I have 2,500 naps. Okay. He has a sculptor. He pays the ranges to be mold. Okay. Cool. I'll have to check that out. Oh, it's like surfing manufacturers. Excellent. Yeah, there's a company called Fantasy, and they just stopped making stuff. Their World War II stuff looked really good. They're very AB looking ish for the 20 millimeter World War II stuff. And in other words, I think they made stuff like they bought like make like a rifle squad. So you get like 7 or 8 guys, and every one of them was like a different pose. And I dig stuff like that. That stuff's important for me for like skirmish stuff. Never got around to getting any, but I didn't know about them. And yeah, I'll have to do some surfing on there. Check it out. Yeah, that was my first army. My feudal Spanish, my Reconquista army. And I think now they finally improved the record to like 22 and 27 or something like that. They had a really bad record, almost like my Turks. But I learned how to play with that army, so you're not going to do well with them. And they don't have any bows, they don't have any blades, they don't have guys with like huge numbers you can count on. That stuff's a little bit less important now, but in 2.2, elephants would quick kill spearmen. Definitely something that the rules are broken in. So, you'd encounter you'd encounter an elephant, and other than your Psiloi, you couldn't deal with anybody else because they're going to quick kill your knights also. So, yeah, I had a struggle with that army. I fought them back to like a 20 and 27. So I guess it was a 22 and 27. It doesn't matter. They have a losing record, and they're not fully 3.0 compatible. I gotta paint a couple of extra stands. The problem is as you can see in those pictures, the basing style that I used is not similar. It's similar to what I'm using now, but it's not the same. And mainly the colors are different, but also the material is different. That was before I had found out about the Liquitex stuff. So I was taking sand from work and mixing it with Elmer's glue and creating a paste and using that to put on the stand. And that worked okay, except that it doesn't have as much grit, and it's more smoother finish than the Liquitex stuff, which I prefer. And it had the added step that you had to mix all the things together. So I think my first 5 or 6 armies all have that early method. I think the first army that I have that used the Liquitex method was my Samurai, which I did in 2009. So the first 5 years of DBA, all my armies have, like all my Romans have that old style, my feudal Spanish have it, my fanatic Berbers have it, my Koreans and the Tang Chinese, my Armenians, and that's it. So I would have to basing if I wanted them to look consistent, which I would if I'm going to redo the army. It's not that big of a deal. I use epoxy to glue my guys down, and you can get the guys off of it. Just take your X-Acto knife, don't cut yourself, and come in at an angle and just pop them up. And I was even able to repurpose the stands, no problem. So he will be doing more Spanish Muslims. He does multi poses for each rank. Yeah, sounds cool. Maybe I'll wait to redo my army until he comes out with his stuff. Not that I need any other figures for that period, but never know. You might want some variety in there. So, cool stuff. Yeah, that's another reason I haven't redone my. I'd have to redo the whole army, or just have a couple stands that look different, which I really don't want. You know, I really don't want. I thought about redoing my Armenians, just redoing the basing on them, but I could be painting new figures instead of doing that. So that's why I have not done so. Rather be able to create new things instead of fixing something that I've already. Well, my Armenians almost have 100 games in, so definitely one of the armies I've gotten the most use out of. And they have a pretty good record. They're like 48 and 24 or something like that. They even beat the Numidians. They're my Numidian beaters. They have a similar army. Damn Numidians. Talk about an uninspiring army for me to paint. They don't have any headgear. The general doesn't even wear a helmet. Doesn't even look really cool. I'm out. I want to paint cooler looking guys. They might have been great folks in real life, but it's just not inspiring me to paint them. So, and no flag. So no helmets and no flag. No armor. Yeah, what I mentioned is, this little DBA community we have, for the most part, I would almost say with very few exceptions, everybody's really friendly in it. You don't have this nastiness that seems to be pervasive in other hobbies and things like that. I said the car groups that I've joined in the last couple of weeks, some really nasty stuff. Of course, there's a lot of people that ask the same damn question over and over again, like, what oil should I use in this? So you get funny you get funny things like, oil, I only use, Crisco, or, they just come up with just ridiculous things to try to be funny. Or, or people are out there just trolling, putting, dumb questions on there. But you don't have that issue with the DBA stuff. That's not an invite for somebody to make that area nasty. I'm just saying that, we're fortunate that we have, some nice civility to people. Armenians with pikes. What's Armenians with pikes? Oh, that's whatchamacallit's army. That's Tigranes. Tigranes has Armenians with pikes. Yeah. I should build a more for that army. Tigranes the Great, who wasn't so great. Have Armenian army use minifigs. Yeah. I've got the early Armenians and I've got the later ones to do too, the Cilician ones. And those guys are Old Glory and who else are they? I think they're mostly Old Glory, but Blue Moon makes them. So does Legio Heroica. They make them as well. They probably mix in there just fine. And they have a cool flag with a lion on it or something like that. I don't remember. I don't remember right off the bat. That's important for some of us. Pink guys with cool flags. What am I on here? 4.5 hours. Man, we're going to beat yesterday's record. Well, I'd like to get the next guy done too, but I think that's a little bit unrealistic. Or is it? I've been looking up too many things that aren't. Hey, it's kept me still here. So, yeah, but we'll do that. Next time the girls leave for a weekend or a trip or a week or something like that, we'll do a solo game. We'll do a solo game of, what's it called? Blind General. We'll use that chip method that we talked about. That should be cool. You won't see any feet on camera. And it won't be any laughing. And there won't be any die rolls off the table. What else won't we have? No drinking. I don't know. Maybe it won't be as much fun. Let's do something weird. Let's do something really weird. Let's take one of these greens. Well, fumbles. What green is this? Russian uniform. Perfect. I'm going to take this Russian uniform. We're going to paint the leggings, and we're going to use this as a base for the leggings. And see where we go with this. Oh, there won't be any dog barking either. Well, that wasn't too bad. Dog's okay. Only pets I got here are dust bunnies. All right, let's grab this one here. Let's get some black. Yep, that's correct. Line and across. Red on like a light colored banner. Yep. I could freehand that. I could freehand lines. Just gotta take it slow. Just gotta take it slow. Or I could just put it on sketchbook and then doctor it up and print it out. That works pretty well too. Okay, we're not going to go a whole lot more green. Oh man. Mm-hmm. I'd actually be okay using that chip method in face-to-face play. We'll have to see how that works out. I just don't want somebody else to be in charge of how many pips you get. So if you pull your own chits out, or if you roll your own dice, I'm good. I just don't want somebody else rolling pips for me. And it's not because I think they're doing it wrong. It's just the principle of it. It's like, oh, why don't you roll my combat dice too? I mean, at what point does it stop? How about you go to work for me? I could just stay home. And it gives you something nice to talk about, like, I outrolled you. How about our army has to have allies as a theme? We've done that. We did it at Historicon, last Historicon. We called it, I believe, the enemy of my enemy. It's a good theme. It's a good theme. That might be interesting, though. You know what? In a blind general game. Whoa! Don't roll a 1. And even more of a reason not to roll a 1. Like, you need more reasons. Yeah, we did enemy by enemy. I don't remember who won. Doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna look and see if it was me. Hey, I keep all these records for a reason. Might as well look at them. Let's see, that would have been 2019, right? July 2019. I'm not sure who won, but I went 2-1. I played Polybian Roman with Celtiberian ally. And I fought against Carthage with Syracusan ally. Later Imperial Roman East with Visigoth ally. And later Poles with Lithuanians allies. So, enemy of my enemy. Yeah. There you go. That's a good theme. My favorite theme still is Wimp Wars. Or even better, Psiloi silliness. Because the numbers are just so darn low. You can have some real wild swings. And wild swings really help balance things out. You got one player that's really, really good playing somebody who's not so good. Having some crazy luck factors really can help the new player. It can, not always, but it can. Keeps the game from being a foregone conclusion, like, well, I know you're going to win. So I guess there's people that enjoy playing that. Playing a game if you know you're going to win, I think, what's the point? I think when we're done with this figure, we're out for the day. It's nice to think that I could start another guy, but that's a bit much. I got a couple armies I got to put together also with extra figures. Let me know if that's something that might be interesting for you guys to watch. Yeah. Extra figures here that Jim was nice enough to donate. You like ancient British with Roman allies. You like Warband, huh? Warband are fun. I just can't get them to deliver for me. Their behavior is too risky and their numbers are too low. Risky with them being impetuous. Where's the white that's still alive? There's enough there that I can get. I don't hate them. I just don't like having to put that much responsibility on guys that can't be counted on. Ancient British. Ancient British is probably one of the most popular warband armies. They're certainly more popular than the Gauls. And the Gauls have improved a lot since 2.2. They're a lot better army now. They've got more mounted mobility and they're a better army. No doubt about it. Man, all these colors dried out on me. Well, it's also been a while, so. Hair and shoes. Let me give this guy black hair, I guess. Do Italians have black hair? Yep, every time. Not every time, but it's a common. Oh man, let's get some shoes. Let's get this color. Again, thanks folks for hanging out with me. It's much appreciated. Hopefully I provided some form of ridiculous entertainment for you. Maybe you got some laundry done or dishes or something like that. I don't know. I appreciate you guys coming by and hanging out. Man, it's a loud vehicle. Okay, thanks for coming by there, Patriot, Kevin, rest of you. It's just Mitch and I. Tomorrow, I may just do it live. It'll save me from some editing. But you know, if I don't have to really edit anything, then uh, I don't want to do it live because the picture quality just isn't there yet. Just isn't there yet until we can stream from in 1080. But hopefully that'll be coming out soon. You guys get some, you know, you're looking at something pretty far away, so you need the better resolution. It's just going to look like blobs. It still does to a certain degree. So this is let's look at the gang here so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoop! Ha ha! On guard. And yeah, they're supposed to look plain looking. They're in dire need of funds, otherwise they wouldn't be doing this. And here's the Rebel one and the Rebel one and the Union one. That's what I was told what these guys look like. So, yeah, everybody's Essex except these two. They're Naismith figures, and then this is the other guy that's left, and then all the Psiloi will be done. And I may doctor them up a little bit with, I may put some kind of an emblem on them, but it doesn't look likely that I'm going to do that. They're just people off the street. So, anyhow, until next time, we'll see you guys later. And you know, what is it? I don't know if I'll get a chance to paint later today. Maybe I will. If I do, I think I'll be able to knock this guy out, and then we can spray these guys down and base them. So, okay. Until next time, thanks for stopping by. You guys have a good day and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. See ya.